Welcome, everybody. Mayor Dolan has asked me to step in as chair this evening in her absence, as she is attending a provincial event honoring several of Innisfil volunteers. She's assured me that she will review the live stream of this meeting and consider each of your comments before this matter is brought back to council for further discussion. Earlier tonight, we opened the meeting to council to discuss a non-planning matter, and we are now at the public planning meeting portion of the agenda. I would like to begin by advising that this meeting is being live streamed, audio and video recorded, and shall form part of the record, which will be retained according to the town's retention bylaw. For more information about the collection, please contact the clerk's office. I now ask that Councillor Ices provide the land acknowledgement statement. Oh, sorry.
Sorry to interrupt, Chair Fowler. If we could have a motion to reconvene the special council for it to be on the record.
Apologies. Need a mover and a seconder. Councillor Drudge, Councillor Constantine, all those in favour? Carried. Thank you.
The town of Innisfil acknowledges that the town of Innisfil is situated on treaty land that is steeped in rich Indigenous history. The town also acknowledges that this land is the traditional territories of the First Peoples of Turtle Island. It is shared between the Anishinaabe peoples of Beausoleil First Nation, Chippewas of Rama First Nation, and Chippewas of Georgina First Nation. And we thank them for generations of stewardship. This meeting place is still the home of many Indigenous people, and as settlers, we are grateful to have the opportunity to work on this land. The town acknowledges the forced sacrifices that are the foundation of Canadian society today. We are dedicated to honoring Indigenous history and culture and committed to moving forward in the spirit of reconciliation and respect with all First Nations, Métis, and Inuit.
Thank you, Councillor Ices. I will now ask if there are any disclosures of interest. Seeing none, I will move forward. 4 planning applications are being brought forward this evening for information and public consultation purposes only. And I'd like to emphasize the fact that there will be no decisions made tonight. This is purely information. The first application concerns the town-initiated amendments to the Town of Innisfil's zoning bylaw regarding refreshment trailer provisions. We will start with a presentation from staff, and we will have an opportunity for public consultation where we will hear from members of the public, and then council may have a few questions or comments. All speakers will have 5 minutes to ask your questions or express your comments, then staff will respond where possible. Should anyone need to speak to a second time to identify an issue that has not already been raised or received clarification, they may be given an additional 5 minutes. After all members of the public have provided comments, council will receive the information. Should any member of the public watching the live stream wish to comment, they can email the clerk's services, and these comments will be provided to council and town staff and taken into consideration before council makes a final decision. You may also be added to the circulation list as an interested party, and you will be updated on any future information regarding the item. The email will be listed on the PowerPoint during the meeting and is also available on tonight's agenda, which can be found on the town's website. We will now hear from the town clerk, Patty Toma, on how public notice of this meeting was provided.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Notice of this public meeting was provided to required agencies and published in the Innisfil Journal on May 30th, 2024 in accordance with the Planning Act. Information and materials respecting the application were also posted on the town's Get Involved webpage.
Has any correspondence been received by clerk services concerning this item?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. No correspondence has been received by the clerk's office regarding this application. As well, members of the public may provide comment or register their interest regarding this item during this meeting or up until council makes a decision by contacting the clerk's office.
We will now hear from Brandon Carrera, Manager of Land Use and Planning, who will provide a high-level summary of this application.
Through you, Deputy Mayor Fowler, good evening to the community and to council. So today, this is a staff-initiated amendment to our zoning bylaw, as well as updates to our licensing bylaw specific to refreshment vehicle provisions. Next slide, please. And so back in December of 2023, staff reported back to council based on some research respecting the regulations and rules around refreshment trailers and refreshment vehicles. Ultimately, council directed staff to proceed with updates to the zoning bylaw and refreshment trailers bylaw generally to increase the current maximum from 10 to 25, as well as to prohibit refreshment trailers within 30 meters of any restaurants on adjacent properties. And so as it is a zoning amendment, we're here for the public consultation portion under the Planning Act. Next slide, please. And so ultimately, and as described in the staff report, we are proposing to remove refreshment vehicle provisions generally from the zoning bylaw and adding refreshment vehicle provisions to the licensing bylaw, where we would achieve the direction of council to increase the maximum from 10 to 25, as well as have a 30-meter restaurant buffer provision. And as it's a textual amendment, there's no mapping. It's town-wide in nature. Next slide, please. And so as stated, there was an Innisfil Journal notice published on May 30th, and to date, through the clerks as well as through the planning office, no comments have been received on the amendments. Next slide, please. And so generally, the next steps will be to take any questions or comments today and ultimately report back through a committee of the whole technical report at a future meeting. So no decisions today. Next slide. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carrera. We will now hear from members of the public who have questions regarding this item. I understand that no one is registered to speak virtually, so we'll call on those in attendance here at Town Hall to come forward to the podium and state their name for the record. As a reminder, every person will have an initial 5 minutes and may return to the podium after everyone has had a first round. Does anyone wish to step up? You're more than welcome to, sir. To the podium here, please. And when you do, please state your name for the record.
Yeah, my name's Terry Samuels. I'm a homeowner in Friday Harbor. I purchased a unit in the spring of 2020.
Sorry, we're discussing the food trucks right now.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, that's okay. That's fine. We're going through.
I came in late, so okay, we can circle back.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I appreciate your fervor, though. Does anybody have anything regarding the food trucks? Okay. All right. Madam Clerk, have there we received any emails received at all during this time?
No, Your Worship, or Your Deputy Mayor.
Okay, 1 second here. All right. Okay. We will now go to council for questions and comments, and we will go to the recommendation to receive comments provided this evening. Does anyone on council have any questions or comments regarding this item? Okay, quite an agreeable lot tonight. That's good. Good start. All right, thank you. We will now go to the recommendation to receive the comments provided this evening. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Richardson, Councillor Ices, all those in favor? Perfect, that is carried. All right, thank you everyone who's taken the time to attend in person to watch this live stream meeting and presentation regarding the application. Anyone who wishes to provide comment may still do so and may also register as an interested party to be contacted before this item is considered by council. Please contact the clerk's office at clerksoffice@innisfil.ca. Now we're going to do this a second time of 4. So please forgive me for repeating myself, but it is due procedure here. We will now move to the second item on tonight's agenda, which is being presented for information and public consultation purposes only, with no decision being made this evening. Again, this is for information purposes only. It concerns a proposed amendment in Class 1 permit to the Community Planning Permit System R-Shore bylaw number 062-17 for 970 Shoreview Drive in the town of Innisfil. We will start with a presentation from staff and the consultant on behalf of the applicant concerning the application. We will have an opportunity for public consultation where we will hear from members of the public, and then council may have a few questions or comments. All speakers will have 5 minutes to ask your questions and express your comments, then staff will respond where possible. Should anyone need to speak for a second time to identify an issue that has not already been raised or to receive clarification, they may be given an additional 5 minutes. After all members of the public have provided comments, council will receive the information. Should any member of the public watching the live stream wish to comment, they can email the clerk's service, and these comments will be provided to council and town staff and taken into consideration before council makes a final decision. You may also be added to the circulation list as an interested party, and you will be updated on any future information regarding the item. The email will be listed on the PowerPoint during the meeting and is also available on tonight's agenda, which can be found on the website. We will now hear from the clerk, Ms. Patty Toma, on how public notice of this meeting was provided.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Notice for this public meeting was provided by the placement of signs on the street and lake frontages of the property on May 30th, 2024. Information and materials respecting the application were also posted on the town's Get Involved webpage.
Has any correspondence been received by clerk services concerning this item?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. 8 pieces of correspondence have been received by the clerk's office regarding this application and were forwarded to council. Piece of correspondence from Jones Consulting Group Limited dated June 13th, 2024, on behalf of an adjacent property owner expressing concerns that the proposed boathouse is not in character with the shoreline residential area and represents overdevelopment of the shoreline. We also received a package of 7 letters of support from neighboring property owners on Shoreview Drive supporting the application. As well, members of the public may provide comments or register their interest regarding this item during this meeting or up until council makes a decision by contacting the clerk's office.
Thank you. We will now hear from Darren Ding, Development Planner, who will provide a high-level summary of the application.
Thank you. Good evening, Deputy Mayor, members of council, staff, and the public. The second item on this evening's public meeting agenda is to consider a proposed amendment and a Class 1 planning permit to the town's Community Planning Permit System, or CPPS bylaw for 970 Shoreview Drive. Next slide, please. The purpose of the application is to amend the town's CPPS bylaw to provide site-specific provisions and to request a Class 1 planning permit in order to permit an in-water boathouse and associated dock area on the subject property. Next slide, please. The subject property is 1.42 hectares in size with a water frontage of approximately 80 meters. The subject property is outside of any settlement area and is occupied by an existing single detached dwelling and a detached pool-related accessory structure. Surrounding land uses are generally residential in nature. Next slide, please. The concept plan shows the location of the in-water boathouse, which is around 250 square meters in size, with increased width, length, projection into Lake Simcoe, and reduced interior side yard to the east property line. As shown on the slide, the existing accessory structure received a Class 2 permit for an increased lot coverage of 110 square meters in 2023. Including the proposed boathouse and dock, the total lot coverage for all detached accessory structures will be approximately 456.3 square meters, which is about 3.2% of the total lot area. Next slide, please. This is the front elevation of the proposed 2-story in-water boathouse. The roof of the proposed in-water boathouse is considered mansard roof with a height of 14.19 meters, measured from the water level to the peak of the roof. The boathouse needs a height variance. Next slide, please. The application was supported by a number of supporting documents as shown on the slide. Additionally, the town just received some resubmitted documents, including revised elevations, updated planning justification reports, a new planting plan with tree compensation. These documents will be reviewed by the town departments and the Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority, LSRCA. I won't go into the detail right now because the applicant will talk about these items in their presentation. Next slide, please. So the applications will be evaluated by staff in accordance with the criteria for considering variations contained in section 1.9 and 2.14 of the CPPS. And a future technical recommendation report will be brought forth to the council at a later date, which will also consider all comments received as part of the public process. Next, please. So far, we have received comments from our SRCA, 2 pieces of public correspondence, and 7 neighborhood support letters. Our SRCA requires design drawings for the bridge leading to the boathouse to be submitted as part of their permit approval. Also, a restrictive covenant shall be registered, which is a standard condition of approval. Additionally, public comments are summarized on this slide. Residents have concerns with the scale and massing of the proposed in-water boathouse, compatibility with the existing character of the shoreline, and potential environmental impacts. In the meantime, we have also received 7 neighborhood support letters submitted by the applicant. Next slide, please. This slide provides a summary of the proposed Class 1 permit and bylaw amendment. So the Class 1 permit is requested to permit an in-water boathouse with increased length from 10 meters to 14.38 meters, and to increase the maximum permanent cumulative dock area from 50 square meters to 96.5 square meters. The bottom table shows the proposed amendment, which is requested to increase the maximum lot coverage for all detached accessory structures from 120 square meters to 456.3 square meters, to increase the maximum height of the in-water boathouse from 3.6 meters to 14.19 meters, to increase the maximum width from 9 meters to 7.37 meters, to increase the maximum projection from 10 meters to 18.48 meters, and to decrease the minimum interior side yard setback of the in-water boathouse to the east property line from 14.48 meters to 10.34 meters. So in total, there are 7 variations that can be considered by council under either a Class 1 or amendment. Next, please. In terms of the next steps, staff will review and consider all public, council, department, and agency comments and report back to council with a recommendation at a future meeting date. Notice will be provided to all who request a notification and all submit written correspondence. If the Class 1 permit and CPPS bylaw amendment is approved by council, a building permit will be required to be issued following issuance of the shoreline permit. Next slide, please. That's my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ding. We will now hear from Stephen Key, Associate Design Plan Services Incorporated, on behalf of the applicant, who will provide further planning context to the application. I understand that Mr. Key is attending virtually this evening.
Good evening, members of public and council. Can you hear me okay? Hello?
Yes.
Oh, perfect. So my name is Stephen Chi, and I am an associate at Design Plan Services, Inc. I am here on behalf of the registered owner of the property. I apologize that I am not able to attend in person. I'm actually substituting for my colleague, David Eagleman, who has been the main person dealing with this application, and he has a schedule conflict tonight. However, we do have a planner, Roshan Thru, who is present in person from our office. There are also other members of the project team present in person as well. I'm here today to present a proposal for a site-specific bylaw amendment to the CPPS bylaw for the subject property, municipally known as 970 Shoreview Drive, which is shown in the center of the image on the screen. Next slide, please. The subject property backs onto the Lake Simcoe waterfront and fronts onto Shoreview Drive. Specifically, the rear lot line of the subject property is located along the south side shoreline of Kempenfelt Bay. The subject property has a total area of 1.42 hectares and a lot frontage of approximately 61 meters along Shoreview Drive, as well as a shoreline frontage along Lake Simcoe of approximately 72.9 meters. A new single detached dwelling is currently being constructed on the subject property, which has received all necessary approvals and permits previously. The subject property is generally located in the residential neighborhood. that is bounded by Lake Simcoe to the north, Guest Road to the east, Big Bay Point Road to the south, and Fairway Road to the west. In terms of built form, the area mostly consists of ground-related single detached residential uses and associated accessory structure such as similar boathouses. Next slide, please. As shown on this image, a number of residential properties along Lake Simcoe within the neighborhood have a boathouse located either on Lake Simcoe or along the shoreline, and most of them are 2 stories in height. I'd like to note again that we have received 7 letters of support from neighboring property owners, which were submitted to planning staff on file yesterday. Next slide, please. The proposal consists of a 2-story in-water boathouse and attached dock, which requires a site-specific bylaw amendment to the CPPS bylaw. It is considered an accessory structure to the principal dwelling. The proposal will be built on Lake Simcoe and will be accessed by an elevated walkway connecting to the 2nd floor of the boathouse from the rear of the property. As you can see on the elevation, there is a steep slope along the shoreline of such a property, which necessitates the proposed elevated walkway. Due to the steep slope, the proposed boathouse will largely be screened from adjacent and surrounding dwellings, in addition to the existing vegetation and trees, which will provide further screening. Next slide, please. To address comments received today from both planning staff and adjacent neighbor to the east at 950 Shoreview Drive, a resubmission was made to planning staff yesterday. The plans provided in our presentation today reflect the revisions made. This slide shows the elevation facing Lake Simcoe as well as the rear elevation facing south towards the shoreline. The revised 2-story boathouse includes a slope roof design, as well as 3 boat parking spaces and 4 separate garage doors to provide access into each boat parking space and to the storage space on the 1st level. One proposed boat parking space will include 2 separate boat lifts, which is intended to store 2 separate smaller watercrafts. The proposed 2nd floor consists of storage space as well as a wraparound balcony. There is an active space proposed within the roof structure, providing additional storage space and access to a balcony facing Lake Simcoe. Next slide, please. So this slide shows the site elevation facing east and west. Next slide, please. This slide shows the front elevation of the originally proposed boathouse, which is on the left-hand side, and the revised front elevation on the right-hand side. The proposed boathouse has been revised to a fully sloped roof from a flat roof, which was previously proposed. Based on our discussion with planning staff, we were advised that a boathouse height of 9.5 meter would be acceptable. Therefore, we have reduced the building height from the original 14.19 meter to 9.5 meter, measured as per the CPPS bylaw. Again, the revised materials were just submitted, and they are now in review by town staff. Next slide, please. Town staff have already provided a review of relevant planning framework within their presentation, so I will not duplicate the effort. I want to note that a planning justification report in support of the revised proposal has been provided. In conclusion, the proposal is consistent with policies of the provincial policy statement and is in conformity with the growth plan, the Lake Simcoe Protection Plan, the County of Simcoe official plan, and the town's official plan. Next slide, please. The subject property is designated as shoreline residential area and is located along Lake Simcoe shoreline as per the town's official plan. The proposed in-water boathouse is an accessory use or structure and is a permitted use in a shoreline residential area designation. The boathouse is intended to be utilized by the owner or future occupant as additional amenity space for additional storage space, as well as for boat parking facilities. Discussions with the LSRCA have taken place, and an LSRCA development permit has been submitted. Staff are currently reviewing the permit application. Next slide, please. In order to permit the proposed boathouse, amendments to the CPPS bylaw standards are required. Next slide, please. These tables are prepared by us Design Plan Services, outlining the proposed deviations from the standards of the CPPS bylaw. In summary, the proposed boathouse requires site-specific provisions to permit an increase in lot coverage, height, width, length, projection into Lake Simcoe, and requires a reduction for the east side yard setback. The proposed dock and boat lifts require site-specific provisions to permit an increase in quantity of boat lifts, permanent dock projection into Lake Simcoe, and size of permanent cumulative dock area. Based on the revisions and supporting material submitted, it is our opinion that the proposal and associated deviations from the standards of the CPPS bylaw are appropriate for the subject property, taking into account the unique characteristics of the subject property, mitigation strategies to minimize any potential impacts to the shoreline. The proposal is consistent with and conforms to the applicable provincial, regional, and municipal policies, and maintain the general intent and purpose of the CPPS bylaw. We're happy to continue working with town staff towards a final recommendation to council in the near future. Next slide, please. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions, and our contact information is provided on the screen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will now hear from members of the public who have questions regarding this item. I understand that no one is registered to speak virtually, so I will call on those in attendance here at Town Hall to come forward to the podium and state their name for the record. As a reminder, every person will have an initial 5 minutes and may return to the podium after everyone has had a first round. Does anybody wish to address this issue? Please come forward, state your name for the record, please.
Hi there, I'm Angela Hoppe. A lot of this talk about this dock has been focused mainly on summer open water season. What many of you may not know, as for ice fishermen, Simcoe is a mecca of a world-renowned fishery, and a lot of tourists come from the state, all over the country to come fish Lake Simcoe. Now, with these boat docks, what the planners did not address was during the winter times, because of the ice buildup, and they want to protect their investment, they have to use what are called bubblers. The bubblers keep water flowing around their docks, but it doesn't just keep it around their docks. It sends it thousands of meters out into the lake, unbeknownst to tourists who, I mean, no ice is safe ice, and a lot of ice fishermen, we do check the ice as we go out, and that's part of our safety equipment. But there are a lot of older gentlemen who don't, and you're putting people's lives at risk, because I could be sitting on 12, 24 inches of water, and when those bubblers are going 1,000 meters out, there could be an inch of ice right there, unbeknownst to anybody, because we've just had a massive snowfall. So I don't know what public safety and a person's life is valued at when these people want to put these docks in and no one's addressing the issues of these bubblers, and people are dying and drowning to death because you can't see. There's no regulations, there's no laws, no one's addressing it. It's public safety. People are out on the ice. If you've ever been around the lake in the wintertime, there are tons of families out there walking their dogs, people skiing, not only ice fishermen. These people who take their families out on the ice have no idea what a bubbler is. They step on the ice 2 feet from shore, oh, it's pretty solid. They start walking by these $5 million boat houses with bubblers. You can't see it, but they're gonna walk their families and their dogs right across an inch of water. No safety equipment on, because they're going for a nice family stroll. They don't know. So where is our accountability for these homeowners to address these issues that you're putting the public at risk. Not just ice fishermen, you're putting families at risk that take their children out in that lake. They're not wearing ice suits, they're not wearing ice picks, they don't have floater suits on. They're going for a nice family walk. I've even had to tell people out on the lake, please don't go that way, because you see that boathouse? It's got a bubbler. They're like, I don't know what a bubbler is. I said, there's an inch of ice over there, and your family's gonna fall through. They don't know. They need to be held accountable, and you guys need to hold them accountable for the public safety. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Is it, by all means, next, yes, please.
Deputy Mayor, Councilman, Councilwomen, I'm Corey Leibel. I live at 1090 Shoreview Drive, and I do a lot of development. That's how I make my living. So I've been on both sides. I'm far from anti-development, but I'm for good development. And when I hear a planner espouse the conformity of a plan or a proposal where you need a zoning bylaw amendment to make it comply, that's far from conforming. And you guys have just went to great lengths to develop the Lake Simcoe Protection Plan. And what they're asking you to do is basically, every item is contradictory to what you guys were trying to achieve. So I'm just saying the proposal is far from conforming. And if you drive the shore, I can assure you this planner has not been to Lake Simcoe, has not been in a boat, grabbed some satellite photos, but 99.9% of the boathouses are two-slip boathouses in water. Any of the larger ones are on land. So the impact to an on-land boathouse is far less detrimental to neighbors. But the public is also to be protected. As she had very poignantly put, I walk the lake, and I have stepped through into considerable slush up to my knee because of bubbled boathouses, because it disturbs the water like a running stream. But if it gets cold, you get a thin layer of ice and snow cover and you don't see it. So it is interesting that that's not covered in hazard studies and fishery studies, but it doesn't seem to be. But more importantly, to lose the shoreline's beauty by covering them up with 30–40% coverage of these monstrous buildings. If I hear one more time that they're being used for storage, you got a 14,000 square foot house with a 5-car garage attached with a huge basement. What are you storing? So you know what the end goal is to finish it, sneak in services, connect them, and turn it into living space. So that's the end goal. So regardless, I'm not pointing fingers, I'm just telling you, nobody puts an attic in a boathouse for storage when you have the 4th slip as proposed storage. So you know how hard it is to carry a bed up to the 2nd floor. What are you going to carry up a set of attic stairs? So my son lives next door, and to push something of this magnitude and size off of the shoreline more than you permitted, which I think is in around 45 to 47 feet, then jam it up next to him, moving it over 25 or 30 feet from it, it's incomprehensible. When I started in business, if you bought an existing house in a subdivision and to tear them down and build a new home, you had to respect the side yards of the existing houses. They didn't let you pull them forward to what is now the current front yard setback. You had to appease your neighbors. You weren't allowed to just create this in and out missing pumpkin teeth approach. And I think you need to have the same approach when you're doing these boathouses, where he cited this boathouse. At best, it should go in the middle, be less obtrusive to either neighbor, and also respect the shoreline. If you look at the configuration, by my son's house, the shoreline protrudes 20 or 30 feet out. So in effect, he's out 100 feet. It's almost like the pier down the lake closer to Big Bay Point. I mean, you're talking to be out over 100 feet. I mean, he'll look to the left down towards Barrie. Barrie won't exist. And that's just resolutely unfair. And just to finish off, this subdivision was unique to Innisfil because it had a subdivision agreement with it that was very stringent. It had buffers in it, non-disturbance areas, no boathouses to be built unless they were existing. And to just disregard that is to me, resolutely unfair, because when people bought here, they bought here, if you look at the picture he put up, there's no boathouses there. There's 2 docks that come off the shoreline. So to say in keeping, there's no use in driving over to Lefroy or Keswick to show a boathouse. You go down to Ladywood, and all the boathouses there are in the center. The scale is very minimalized. There's a reason for that, because the homeowners don't want to look at the boathouse that they're going to build. Well, in this case, he's indifferent to that. Jam it over to the one property line. It's hidden by his pool house he built, which happened to use up all of the space that he was given under your Lake Simcoe Protection Planning Act for an ancillary building. So he builds that, then comes back here and says, we're in conformity, we just need another additional 2,000, 4,000 square feet. Having said that, I appreciate your time, but this proposal is far from conforming with what everybody, and I believe council, has in mind, and I would hope planning staff. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Leibel. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak on this matter? If you could state your name, please.
Hi, my name is Ray Duhamel with the Jones Consulting Group, and I represent Luke Leibel, who owns land at 950 Shoreview Drive, which is the land immediately to the east of the subject application at 970 Shoreview Drive. So, Deputy Mayor, members of council and staff, this is an area that I think you saw from the pictures has very large lots. There's about a 2-kilometer stretch between about Guest Road and, I had to write it down, Whitecap Drive, which is part of a plan of subdivision. There's over 50 lots. About 24 or so are along the shoreline. Very large lots, very comparable in frontage, very comparable in area. There's some variation there, but overall they're very comparable with each other. The dominating feature of the shoreline of that area, as you saw from the aerial image in the presentation, was a shoreline buffer that's built right on the shoreline. So there's mature coniferous vegetation buffer along that entire shoreline. And that was part of the subdivision that was originally developed approximately 20 years ago and continues to this day. So the boathouses that do exist are smaller than what is proposed, both in all dimensions. This proposed boathouse is taller, wider, deeper, projects farther out from the shoreline than any other boathouse that this council has seen, I believe. And it represents about 5,000 square feet of area. And the height, we heard 2 different heights today, the staff presentation of 14.19 meters, and then the applicant has proposed apparently a reduction to 9.5 meters. In both instances, the GFA is the same. It's 5,000 square feet approximately, spread over 3 floors. And I kept hearing in the presentation 2 floors, but when you've got 824 square feet in the attic, that's a 3rd floor. And when you have 9.5 meters, that averages out to more than a 3-story building. And a 14.19 meter height, as what was originally proposed, is the equivalent of 4+ stories, even at a 3.5 meters a story. So this is, in all metrics, this is a large building. And I've been before you many times. I'm a development planner. I propose development regularly. There's nothing wrong with proposing development, but you need to understand the context of what you're proposing, where you're proposing, and what the framework is that council and staff work hard to put in place. And your OP policies and your community planning and permit system is very clear and provides that guidance and clarity to landowners. It provides it to the residents that live in your town. It provides it to your visitors. That's why you work so hard to develop that. And so it's okay to propose amendments. I do it all the time, quite frankly, but not in the context of the largest boathouse that you've ever seen on your shoreline. You have to look at it in the context, why can't you meet the current standards? Maybe there's some prevailing reasons. Maybe like on Ladywood, where the water depth isn't as deep. Or maybe there are some design constraints, there's boulders in the water, or there's something that requires the placement to one side or another, or a projection that's a little farther or not. But what's the reasons behind what you're proposing? The ultimate justification when I view through this is that the suggestion is that a sloped roof mitigates impacts, that there's other similar boathouses, that they need this for desirable amenity area by the owners, and they need it because they want to enjoy the lake. And I would suggest all of those, the justification, none of that applies to the largest boathouse that this council has seen. You can enjoy the lake with the parameters of a Class 2 and a Class 1 permit boathouse. Lots of people do it today. You certainly don't need a 3 or 4 story boathouse to be able to do that. Your OP and your actual CPPS provide some clarity to you about how important Lake Simcoe is and what the tests are that you have to meet to be able to amend your document or to obtain your variances. I thought this was relevant to read from your OP. This is section 19.12. It just sets the framework for what's being applied for. Is that Lake Simcoe shoreline provides a defining element in the town that shapes our sense of place. It is a feature that holds special appeal to all of us, residents, cottagers, and visitors alike. That's what's your OP telling you? This is important to protect. So then it goes into you have actually official plan policies that talk about if somebody's going to propose an amendment, then do a comprehensive planning rationale within the context of the plan vision for all of the lands that the bylaw impacts. So it's not just looking at, well, I've got a steep slope, therefore I need the biggest boathouse that I could have. That's not what your OP says. So suggestions about conformity with the OP I disagree with. I think the requirement of an applicant to come forward is to provide a comprehensive planning rationale. And there can be reasons why you need a larger boathouse or you need a taller boathouse. Maybe there's a big rock or some other constraints in the boat. You have to put it off to one side and it can't be as wide, so you want it a little taller. There can be reasons. It's appropriate and reasonable to apply for amendments under certain circumstances. But the context in this case is they just want a big boathouse. That's what they want. And if that's what the town is willing to entertain and if that's where you want boathouses to go, my recommendation to you as a professional planner is direct staff to do a comprehensive review of your official plan and your community permit system then, and look at allowing bigger boathouses and establishing the rules and the framework so that the public and landowners have some sense of comfort on what is expected. Because it doesn't end at a 4-car garage on the water that's 3 or 4 stories in height. That's just the start. You're going to see a progressive increase in the number of applications, and you're going to get larger and larger boathouses. Why not something larger?
Mr. Mill, if you could wrap up, please.
I will wrap it up, I
Appreciate it.
promise. So in conclusion, I would just say that I do not believe that they provided that comprehensive rationale. They haven't described any unique aspects of the site other than that the shoreline is steep, which is steep in many places. I don't think that it conforms to the intent of your official plan or your community planning permit system. And I recommend that this application be revised substantially. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The microphone is open if anyone else wishes to speak on the matter. Such being the case, Madam Clerk. Oh, sorry, someone else? Yes, by all means, sir. Please state your name for the record.
Mark Lowry. I wasn't planning on speaking this evening. Public speaking is not really my forte, so I'm a little nervous. I apologize. Thank you, Council, for being here. I come here wanting to be a good neighbor. I'm adjacent to the proposed boathouse. I'm right next door. I've met my new neighbor only once. Seems like a nice gentleman. I'm very happy that he's able to develop and move his family there. We're blessed to be on Lake Simcoe 53 years I am. I started in Keswick and even more blessed to be up on Kempenfelds Bay. I wasn't planning to speak this evening. I met with my neighbor's builder, very nice gentleman, and we took a look at the plan together. And as a bit of a lay person to all of this, it's great when you look at these slide presentations and people talk about 2 stories. But what is 2 stories? Is it 10 feet? Is it 20 feet? Because this building is going to be about close to 45 feet off of water line. So I think, you almost need a measuring tape on your wall to understand what the scale is of what's being proposed. I don't know if this is a 2-story or a 3-story, or up there, is that a 4-story? The numbers are, it's one thing to talk about meters, it's another thing to see it on a physical measuring tape and go, wow. So I'm directly to the west of the proposed boathouse. The shoreline does go out slightly. So once this structure, whatever size it is going to be built, it is going to impact us. I think that people have the right to do what's legally set out by the townships. I understand sometimes, like the previous gentleman said, there needs to be considerations due to site conditions and all the rest of it. I put out a 60-foot seasonal dock. That's my footprint. I have a single boat lift with a canvas canopy. That's who we are, and that's what we think is reasonable. We try not to impact the shoreline too much, because I think Lake Simcoe's for everybody to be enjoyed, not just the people that have bought around it. Especially the Barrie waterfront, it's amazing to see the thousands of people that come there with their kids, park for the day and enjoy it. And I just don't want that vision to disappear. But I also want to be a good neighbor, and I was very reluctant to speak tonight because now I feel like I'm, rocking the boat a little bit with my neighbor. I don't know if anything I said makes sense, but thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Mr. Lowry. And for the record, you were very clear and concise with your points. You did well. Okay, Madam Clerk, have there been any emails have been received during this meeting?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. No emails have been received during the meeting.
We will now go to council for questions and comments, and then we will go to the recommendation to receive the comments provided this evening. Does anybody wish to speak on the matter? All right, Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I have a few questions. First of all, I want to say thank you very much for coming out tonight, all of you, because this is what democracy is all about. So it's really nice to see this many people out here. I realize we need a few controversies to get this many people out, but it is nice. It's nice to hear the comments too, because I learned something. I always learn something new when you have an opportunity to speak. So the winter ice conditions never even crossed my mind. So thank you very much for bringing that forward. The plan of subdivision, I hadn't heard there was plan of subdivision that apparently, according to this gentleman, that doesn't allow docks. So it's always really important for you to come out and give us that opportunity. Let us know what you know, because you may have been here longer than we have. So I do want to mention that point. That I thank you very much for coming out and making your comments. Pertaining to the boathouse, your comments are very, very well taken. I think you've made a lot of very good points. It was nice to see them come back with a decrease in height, but overall the building is still, as far as I'm concerned, way too large for that site. The fact that it's pushed off to one side does impede a neighbor's view in terms of their enjoyment. So I'm really quite concerned about this building. And as the gentleman said, one of my pet peeves is, why do you need so much storage space? The ultimate goal in a lot of these is to make it livable space, and we have certainly had that in Innisfil where people have done this. So, you're not pulling the wool over anyone's eyes when you basically tell us that it's storage, when you've built in storage already. So I have really some serious questions about what this is, what the intended use is at the end. And so I thought I'd just make my comments known, and I thank you very much for all your comments, because they were well thought out, and I give our planners food for thought. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Waters. Do you have any, you stated you had some questions. Were you going to be asking them?
Yeah, sorry, one question I had. In terms of the foundation of this building, is it a pure built foundation with bubblers or without bubblers?
Who would be able to address this particular question? Oh, there we go. We have Stephen. Sorry, 1 second. We have our gentleman here. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councillor, for the question, and through you, Sir Chair. I'm not an expert in this, but I do know that the boathouse is going to be built on water caisson. And maybe a member from my project team can provide more detail if they can.
The reason I ask is, one, because of the bubbler situation, but I also want to find out if there's any impacts on the currents, lakeshore currents, in terms of if it's a more solid structure. We have seen where rocks have been dumped into the lake and it completely changes the currents along the shoreline, which would have immediate impacts for our neighbors. And also wondering whether or not has there been any studies around the request for, the changes that currents that may happen. So just some more information around those aspects would be kind of nice.
Thank you for the question, Councillor. We'll have to take this back and get back to you on that through our future discussion with the city town staff, maybe through our future resubmission.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One last question. Why is, usually when we get these requests, there's a reason for why the boathouse is located where it is in terms of the physical constraint, just as one of our residents mentioned. Why is the boathouse pushed off to one side when you obviously have the space in the middle of the property to put the boathouse?
I think the main reason is because they want to connect the boathouse with the, I think there's a pole at the rear, an accessory structure there. So I think they want to make that connection between, at the rear of the property. But I don't think there's any specific reason. It is just an easier connection at the back.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. If everyone has spoken, if anyone else wishes to speak. Okay, that being the case. We will now go to the recommendation to receive the comments provided this evening. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Constantine, Councillor Zanella, all those in favor? Carried, thank you. Thank you, everyone who has taken the time to attend in person or to watch this live stream meeting and presentation regarding the application. Anyone who wishes to provide a comment may still do so and may also register as an interested party to be contacted before this item is considered by council. Please contact the clerk's office at innisfil.ca. Now we're going to go on to item number 3. We're going to proceed to the third item on tonight's agenda, which is also being presented for information and public consultation purposes only. Again, this is only for information, with no decisions being made tonight. This application concerns proposed amendments to the Town of Innisfil zoning bylaw for 1761 Webster Boulevard. We will start with presentations from staff and the consultant on behalf of the applicant. We will have an opportunity for public consultation during which we will hear from members of the public, and then council may have a few questions or comments. All speakers will have 5 minutes to ask your questions or express your comments. Then staff or the consultant will respond where possible. Should anyone need to speak for a second time to identify an issue that has not been already raised or received for clarification, they may be given an additional 5 minutes. After all members of the public have provided comments, council will receive the information. Should any member of the public watching the live stream wish to comment, they can email clerk services, and these comments will be provided to council and town staff and taken into consideration before council makes a final decision. You may also be added to the circulation list as an interested party, and you will be updated on any future information regarding the item. The email will be listed on the PowerPoint during the meeting and is also available on tonight's agenda, which can be found on the town's website. We will now hear from the clerk, Patty Toma, on how public notice of this meeting has been provided.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Notice for this public meeting was provided to required agencies, and the notice was circulated to all landowners within 120 meters of the subject lands on May 20th, 2024, in accordance with the Planning Act. As well, corresponding signage was posted on the property on May 30th, 2024. Information and materials respecting the application were also posted on the town's Get Involved page.
Has any correspondence been received by clerk services concerning this item?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. 2 pieces of correspondence regarding this application has been received by the clerk's office and has been circulated to council. A submission from the Get Involved Innisfil page dated June 15, 2024, expressing concerns about the proposed development. Also, Anne and Ed Oten, dated June 19, 2024, expressing concerns about the proposed development. Also, your Deputy Mayor, the members of the public may provide comments or register their interest regarding this item during this meeting or up until the council makes a decision by contacting the clerk's office.
Thank you. We will now hear from Steve Montgomery, Supervisor of Development Planning, who will provide a high-level summary of the application.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Fowler, members of council, staff, and the public. The purpose of this public meeting is to consider a proposed zoning bylaw amendment on lands known municipally as 1761 Webster Boulevard in Alcona. Slide, please. Purpose of this application is to permit a proposed total of 91 condominium townhouse units consisting of 31 2- and 3-story conventional townhouse units, 26 3-story back-to-back townhouse units, and 34 3-story stacked townhouse units. The townhouse units are proposed to be accessed vehicularly by a private internal condominium road. The zoning bylaw amendment would rezone the subject lands from the existing RT2H zone to 3 residential townhouse exception zones representing each type of townhouse proposed, back-to-back, conventional, and stacked, specifically, RTXXH, RTYYH, and RTZZH to facilitate the proposed development. Next slide, please. The subject lands are approximately 1.54 hectares in area with approximately 168 meters of frontage on Webster Boulevard. To the north is industrial general zone lands containing a commercial well drilling operation and 7th line. To the east is medium density residential land, specifically townhouses. To the west is Webster Boulevard and vacant future development and residentially zoned lands. And to the south is townhouses, semi-detached dwellings, and the Lake Simcoe Public School. Next slide, please. So this is the proposed concept plan, which will be explained in more detail by the applicant. As you can see, it includes a private road, a small amenity space, visitor parking, proposed stacked townhouses with frontage on Webster Boulevard at the bottom of the plan. Back-to-back townhouses are proposed in the center by the applicant, and conventional townhouses at the top and right side of the plan, which are the east and south sides of the property. Next slide, please. So staff are reviewing this development in the context of applicable planning policies, which would include, of course, the provincial policy statement, growth plan, Lake Simcoe protection plan, County of Simcoe official plan, the Town of Innisfil official plan, and the existing town's zoning bylaw. And we'll have a final review of applicable policies in the recommendation report. Next slide, please. So agency comments thus far are for the County of Simcoe, stating that County of Simcoe Planning Department stating that the proposal aligns with the County of Simcoe official plan with respect to providing compact urban form, efficient land use, variety of housing types, and meeting the density targets. The county also has comments respecting waste collection. Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority states they have no objection and that their technical comments pertaining to stormwater management and water balance will be provided through the site plan review. Public comments received state concerns about the density proposed, the traffic impacts on surrounding streets, parking constraints and lack of parking, lack of on-site green space, and a request for more information on the original rezoning from 2003, which is what the site is currently zoned RT2. Current zoning allows apartments up to 4 stories. That's the existing zoning, allows apartments up to 4 stories and townhouses at a density of 52 units per net hectare, which was the maximum density allowed by the official plan at the time, which was the 1993 official plan. This zoning is proposing 59 units per net hectare with different setbacks and standards reflecting the proposed detailed design. The current town official plan, which is the 2018 official plan, allows up to 60 units per net hectare on the subject lands, which this would conform to. So in summary, next slide, please. 91 townhouse units are proposed on this site, conventional, back-to-back, and stacked on full services 2 to 3 stories. Proposed development would result in an overall density of 59 units per hectare. 2 parking spaces per unit and 23 visitor parking spaces are proposed by the applicant, and a 275 meters squared private amenity area for shared use by the condominium residents. A private condo road is proposed to access the units as described and shown. As stated again, the subject lands are designated in the town's official plan, residential medium density, which currently allows up to 3-story townhouses and a density of up to 60 units per net hectare. Next slide. So in terms of next steps, staff will review and consider all the comments received and report back to council at a future council meeting recommending whether the proposed zoning should be approved. Notice would be provided respecting when this report is returning to council for consideration to all who requested notification or submitted written correspondence for this public meeting. That includes written correspondence on getinvolvedinnisfil.ca website, as well as all the emails and letters received. If the zoning was approved, also site plan control, draft plan of condominium exemption, and part lot control exemption processes are required to facilitate this development. A holding symbol is proposed for the residential zones, and this is required to confirm that water and wastewater allocation is provided by the town before development can proceed, and a development agreement is entered into with the town. Next slide, please. And Darren Ding is the planner in this file. His contact information is above for more information on this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Montgomery. We will now hear from Lauren Capilongo, Principal, Malone Given Parsons Limited, on behalf of the applicant, who will provide further planning context to this application.
So good evening, members of committee. My name is Lauren Capilongo. I'm a planner and principal with the firm Malone Given Parsons. I'm here tonight on behalf of the applicant, who is Webster Boulevard Developments, to present to you on this zoning bylaw application. Staff did a very good job of describing the site. I'll be very brief. It's located on the east side of Webster Drive, south of 7th Line, and north of Booth Avenue. Maybe I'll just wait for the presentation to catch up. Okay, perfect. If you can go to the second slide, that would be great. Wonderful. The site is 1.55 hectares in size and has about 170 meters of frontage on Webster Boulevard. Next slide. The subject lands, which is outlined in red here, is designated residential medium density in the town's official plan. As staff did speak to, the designation permits a range of built forms on the property, including townhouses back-to-back and stacked townhouses. It also establishes a maximum density of up to 60 units per net hectare and a maximum building height of 3 stories. Next slide. The subject lands are currently zoned a residential townhouse exemption, and it's subject to site-specific exceptions. As Mr. Montgomery spoke to, these site-specific exemptions were in place as a result of a zoning bylaw application that was approved by council in 2003. It obviously predates me and my involvement in this file, so we don't really have a lot of information on the context of the plan itself, except that we know that it was to permit a mix of townhouses and apartment buildings on this site up to 4 stories in height. What I wanted to note is the site-specific zoning does establish a density cap of 52 units per hectare in that site-specific zoning, which is less than the current density that's permitted by the town's official plan, which is 60 units per hectare. Next slide. So this is the proposed concept plan. The colors are a little bit muted, so I apologize, but it proposes a total of 91 condominium townhouses, which include 21 standard townhouse dwellings with the traditional backyards, and they're shown in sort of that, I guess, grayish purple color there. They have traditional backyards, as I mentioned, and they are going to be a mix of 2- and 3-story dwelling typologies, and they are backing on to the existing medium-density townhouse built form in the surrounding community. In the interior of the site, in that sort of like dark blue color that we see on the screen, are 26 back-to-back townhouse, which are 3 stories in height. And fronting onto Webster Boulevard, we have 34 stacked townhouse dwellings with rear lane access off of the condo road. Parking for all of the dwelling units complies with the town zoning bylaw. We're proposing 2 spaces per unit, 1 in the driveway, 1 in the garage. And then there's going to be an additional 0.25 spaces per dwelling unit for visitors. Those comply with the zoning bylaw, as I mentioned. Access to the development will be through a condominium road. It's 6 meters because it's access off of Webster Boulevard, and around it as well will be a 1.5 meter sidewalk connection. There's also a 275 square meter small little amenity area sort of at the north corner shown in that dark green as well, which will be used for the residents of this development. I did want to stress again that the development does conform to the residential medium density designation in the town's official plan for the built form, the uses, as well as the density provisions. Next slide. So I know staff did raise a couple of comments with respect to residents expressing concern with respect to lack of green space in the area and on the site. I wanted to highlight that the town has, as I mentioned, will have traditional backyards, so they will have a green space of their own. A lot of the back-to-back as well as the stacked townhouses will also have sort of an outdoor amenity space in the form of a balcony, which will serve those residents. There'll be that small amenity space on site, but the lands are actually well served and in walking distance less than 300 meters to existing park space in the area, and within 800 meters walking distance to 2 additional parks in the broader area. Next slide. So to implement the proposed concept plan, we have submitted a zoning bylaw amendment to establish site-specific provisions to implement the proposed built form. The list of amendments that we required are listed on the screen and contained in the staff report, but they address lot area, yard provisions, lot coverage, landscape open space. And again, these are amendments that we would need to the existing zoning that was in place to implement a concept plan that was approved by council in 2003. So I want to highlight we're not seeking any amendments to garage provisions or parking space. All of those comply fully with the town's official plan. And as staff also mentioned that there's a current holding provision on the site that's relating to allocation for water and wastewater and the entering into a development agreement. We're continuing to maintain that holding provision to ensure that the lands are satisfactorily address those items. Next slide. So as part of the application, we have submitted a whole host of studies that are with the town for review and consideration, just to ensure that the proposed development is appropriate. A few of the studies that we did submit are listed on the screen. We submitted a noise report to ensure that there's no noise impacts from any of the adjacent uses, specifically the well drilling company to the north. We did a geotechnical and hydrological report to examine the soil stability and water balance and making sure that everything works, as well as a traffic report, which concludes that the proposed development will have minimal traffic impact on the existing road network, as well as the intersections of Booth Avenue and Webster Avenue. So for all those reasons, and given the fact that the plan does conform to the town's official plan, I believe that it represents an appropriate built form that is compatible with the existing community. So with that, I'll conclude my presentation, and I'm available to answer any question the council may have.
Thank you, Mrs. Capalongo. Sorry. We will now hear from members of the public who have questions regarding this item. I understand that no one is registered to speak virtually, so I will call on those in attendance here at Town Hall to come forward to the podium and state their name for the record. As a reminder, every person will have an initial 5 minutes and may return to the podium after everyone has had a first round. Does anybody wish to speak on this particular item? Beans, please come up and state your name for the record.
Thank you for having us here this evening. I'm speaking to you as a resident from Lambstone Street. I currently am providing a service for the town of Innisfil, Booth, and Lambstone Street, as my property is actually funneling all the water. Sorry,
if we could, sorry to interrupt, could we get your name, please, for the record?
Elise Story, thank you. I was on a mission. Okay, Elise, E-L-I-S-E, S-T-O-R-Y. So my house currently is the corner unit, the beautiful corner unit on Lambstone Street. All the storm water runs across the back of my property, down the side of my property, from Lambstone and from the top of Booth down. We are very, very concerned. I would suggest that the functional report is not very functional. They came into my property, they cleared away some brush and stuck a yellow tag in my yard, and that was that. Didn't want to hear any of our concerns. I'm very concerned about the big pile of snow that they plan on piling up behind my fence. Once that melts, which will be adding more water for us to siphon away, along with the salt that's all in there, is going to ruin our property. So that's for us personally. I am concerned that when we purchased more than 20 years ago, what we were told was going to be behind us is now turned from a that is true, a 4-level apartment building for seniors with green space, and now it's turning into a 91-unit townhouse squished in my backyard. So it's not exactly what I thought it was going to be. The other concern is, obviously, what has been mentioned is the parking. The parking that is considered to be within reason. All you have to do is drive on Booth and Lambstone during the 6 months where you are allowed to park, and there's already not enough spaces. So I'm not really sure where all these extra people are going to park. But it's probably going to be on our streets on both sides, really, really increasing the safety issues of the many families that have moved in with young children. So that is another concern. We've had our basement flooded twice. Flooded once, had to be repaired, thousands and thousands of dollars, and 3 weeks later, flooded again, and had to be done a second time. Since then, we have spent lots and lots of money putting in different type of sump pump and a backup for a backup, because we're not just siphoning our own water, we're siphoning the water. You can watch it. Before there was fences along that Lambstone Street, you could see the trail of water going from one side of Lambstone across all the backyards and down the side. And we've built what is a very interesting, and thanks to my father for helping us do this, to be able to handle all that water. This extra water, this extra snow, the melting just really, really concerns us. The other thing is just more about, right now, and I know that development is going to happen, but there are so many birds, there are so many animals. We just really have a really beautiful, peaceful, piece of property back there, and we're going to have to be giving that up. And we recognize that, but I did want to note it. So I think that's all I wanted to address. But yeah, the water and the parking is probably the biggest concerns that we have. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Story. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak? By all means, please come up and state your name for the record.
Sure. Hi. My name is Debbie Miller, and I've been a resident of Innisfil for about 25 years. And I live on St. John's Road in 7th Line, so close to Webster. Actually, my first subdivision I moved into was at Webster and Emerald Court. Development is great. It's great for Innisfil. I understand that. And I don't want to deny anybody the opportunity to get tax dollars and to build up Innisfil. But I live on St. John's Road, and every day I come outside, and all I see is dead animals on my street. And it's heartbreaking because she's talking about green spaces. Yes, green spaces are great because the humans are going to have another backyard and they can look at the trees and they can have their backyard. But when we think of our environment, can we kindly think about the animals sometimes? Because their habitat is important and they are our wildlife. And they're necessary and they create the balance in our ecosystem. So sometimes when we're building those things, sometimes think about the wildlife and stop just thinking about humans. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Miller. I believe we have another young lady coming up to the podium. That's you. Please state your name for the record.
Thank you. It's Elizabeth Dykstra. It's Dykstra. Apologize for the voice. It's allergy season all year round, I think. So I live on Lambstone. I have a lovely backyard. I have a lot of lovely weeds in my backyard from the green space. Sections A, B, and C are 21 units that are backing onto Lambstone Street. Oh, my apologies. First of all, Deputy Mayor, Council, neighbors, community. My apologies. So the same space on Lambstone holds 16 units. That's more than like a 20% increase. And I know that one of them is a corner unit, and I completely agree with the lady who has the water problem, because I get to pay extra insurance because it's a known flood zone on our street. I was led to believe that there was at one time a proposed to be space for senior living, and I'm glad to hear that that wasn't just a story that was told to entice me to buy this place. But it appears that none of these houses are senior accessible, especially the 3-story units. No senior wants to climb stairs. I just had knee surgery. I don't want to climb anything, let alone the only stairs in my house. So that would appear that these places would appeal to families. And I mean, I love kids, I love families, I love everything. But unfortunately, Innisfil is still a commuter town, which also means that, even though they have 2 parking spots, you're going to need 2 vehicles if both parties work out of town or so forth, and have to commute from anywhere pretty much. I commute to Newmarket every day. I know these things. Parking is 2 per unit. One is in the garage, one is a parking space. Okay, the reality is this is Innisfil. If you have a single car garage, you don't get to park in it because, you've got your winter tires, you've got the kids' bikes, you got any recreational toys and vehicles and everything else. This is going to be a condo corporation, so they don't have to put a snowplow in there, but they're going to probably have to put those great big bins in their garage or have them sit somewhere else. That means these are 1-person parking spots. The parking requirement for the new plan is the same as the old plan. That's great. The reality is, there's 11 new accessible parking spots, or there's 6 more accessible parking spots, but there's not really additional parking for these new houses. Snow removal sections, I don't know, have the architects of this plan ever even been to Innisfil in the winter? I know I was in for a big shock the first year that I moved here, and I don't have a snowblower, but I think I had mountains about this high on the very small piece of grass that was in between my neighbors. And I get one of those nice drifts so that I get the big pile of snow too. So they're going to put all of this snow in these very small areas, which is great. I don't know what they're going to do with the snow for the second snowfall and the third snowfall and the third, and continuing on. So that may be a problem. And then also these piles, if they are left, they are going to attract small children who are going to dig and they're going to climb. And, I know I had a small child once. He dug, he climbed. It was a safety issue. On regular streets during the summer, people park their additional vehicle on one or both sides of the street, wherever permissible, and wherever you can sort of dodge. So on occasion, I'm driving, the little rat's race trying to get to my own place, and they speed. So if there's additional parking and there's additional speed and additional cars, it becomes a safety issue for everybody. I like to take my cane that I've been using lately and just, do the old man Simpson thing and just sort of say, hey, slow down. And amazingly, they actually slow down for that. I can't use that anymore. So one entrance on Webster Boulevard, close to a busy intersection with those who bring their children to school and to go to work. This is without any development on the other side. That is a huge issue. It is busy. There are kids, there are people, there are walking. I don't know when they did the traffic analysis, but it sure wasn't, at 8:30, 9 o'clock on a, school day. The placement of the units do not allow any airflow or breezeways from the front to the back. They are staggered. So, behind my place is a very small, opening between the units. There are 3 rows in fairly close proximity to each other and very little green space for trees or other landscaping, which are beneficial, especially in weather such as the weather that we've had this week. The 2 sections of the 3 stories are like the worst culprits. It becomes a hot box, actually, of housing in a confined space, which will affect the residential areas surrounding. The proposed trees, and I saw that there are proposed trees, about 10 to 12 feet. It's going to take how many years before they actually provide any benefit to anybody with concerns with regards to the environment?
Mrs. Dykstra, we've reached the 5 minutes approximately. If you could wrap up, please, we appreciate it. If when we're done with everybody, you haven't more to add, you're more than welcome to come back up.
Okay, I'm going to just make little points. The town's official plan, there were like 4 strategies, 4 principles. One was activities and use. There's no space for activities. You know, where are the kids going to bike? Where are they going to park? They're going to play. They're going to play in the streets. Comfort and image describes the characteristics of being synonymous with living in Innisfil. It's just like in safety and things like that. Sociability. I mean, I like neighbors, but I also like neighbors a little bit further away than right, you know, up my nose. Anything else that I haven't said now, I will send to the town, and I will give somebody else an opportunity to speak. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All right, if anybody else wishes to speak on this matter, you're more than welcome to come up. Okay, so we have someone else. Please state your name for the record.
Good evening. My name is Neringa, Neringa. I live on Booth Avenue, so our house is going to be connected, backyard is going to be connected. My biggest issue is the school. We have like 3 kids, and I can see that we already have a Lake Simcoe Public School, has already 9 portables. 9. Addition, it's built, they're building addition, like, but I don't know when it's gonna be finished, and we have only 1 high school, and another one in Barrie, like Catholic one. We don't have enough space for more people here. Like 7 Line and Webster intersection, when it's at traffic hours, is terrible. It's so many subdivisions are building around. We don't have enough playgrounds. Near the Lake Simcoe playground, they have only 3 swings, and it's packed by kids. It's not enough space for the kids to play. And yeah, about the water too. Our backyard is really filled with water. It's after the rain, you can see how the water is everywhere. In early spring, my kids cannot even go in the backyard because it's really, really wet and muddy. So I think that's it from me. Thank you. Bye.
All right, thank you very much. Any more comments? Anyone wish to step up? By all means. Please come up and state your name for the record.
Hi. Hello. Oh. Hopefully it's not too loud. My name is Samantha Morais, Morais. I also live on Limestone, and I just want to share a few points on why I believe the town should reconsider or reject the proposed bylaw amendment. So I want to begin by saying that I'm very aware that Canadians are facing a very serious housing crisis related to a lack of affordable housing. And obviously, increasing housing density is supposed to fix those problems, but I don't think that this will do that. So I think the proposed changes will, as mentioned by other neighbors, will include narrow roads and only 1 entry and 1 exit road. I think this will increase the parking issues, which have already been highlighted, as well as pose potential safety issues during emergency situations, as there's only 1 very narrow 6-meter entry, which is used for condos. And it's going to be used for 91 units that are going to house 4 people times 91 plus 2 times 91 cars. You can do the math on that one. I also think that it will ruin the aesthetic of our neighborhood, which is mostly characterized by bungalows or 2-story homes, including, I believe, the homes that are planned for the west of Webster on the other side of the road. The plan also raises other concerns, so the impact on our current quality of life, a disruption to the balance of the neighborhood, and a decrease in our property values due to the manner of the high density of the development. I think others have already made comments on the lack of green spaces, which we know are associated with physical and mental health outcomes. But there are other issues here related to amenities and services that the town hasn't been able to provide to the residents that are already living here. This includes primary healthcare services, access to more grocery stores, or even high-speed internet. A lot of people work from home, and we don't have very reliable high-speed internet in town, as well as public transit. Everyone needs a car. I also want to comment just on a few of the documents related to the amendment, and I think someone else has already mentioned this. So I read through the traffic analyses, and it was done on a weekday during school days from 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. But the high school on Webster, which I know is on the other side of the 7th line, is open from 7:30 to 3:30. So the traffic analyses didn't really consider these starting and end times. And then the elementary school on Webster, which is the Lake Simcoe Public School, is actually open from 9:15 to, I believe, 3:35. So really the busiest time and when kids are walking and crossing the street and going to school is between 9 and 9:15 a.m. And there's also a train that goes by around 9:14, so there's additional bottleneck traffic around the area. So I don't think those critical time periods, and specifically pedestrians, including children, were considered. I think the building of the 3-story townhouses, being so close to the road, as well as the other houses that will eventually be built around Webster, will create blind spots, especially for children who may be crossing the road to get to schools. And then another point is just the stormwater management report, which just clearly shows that all the water is going to go towards the houses that have already spoken previously. Again, I just want to highlight that I understand we need more houses, but I think that some of the developments are looking at just very specific pockets of Innisfil when they should be looking at the bigger picture. We should think about creating more housing, but it doesn't mean that it all has to be high density, especially in Innisfil where we have so much available land, even though we should also be protecting our wildlife. So that's all I had. Thank you so much for considering.
Thank you very much. Oh, please come forward and state your name. Oh, apologies. I thought you were taking the mic. Are there any more comments or questions? By all means, please come forward.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Melka Para. I live in 1784 Limestone Street. I want to share a little bit of my experience to live in a townhouse, especially in Limestone. So when I moved in like more than 10 years ago, it's a different story. Now we have bigger families. Everybody has a car. One side, we have one garage inside the house and 2 parking spots in one, and the other one garage and 1 parking spot outside the house. It's not working. If you visit Limestone, you will see 3 cars, 4 cars per unit. So if this project goes as planned, I think it will be a big mistake. First of all, the garage doesn't function as a garage, it's a storage. We have lawnmowers, we have snow blowers, camping staff, bikes, because the plan, I checked the plan, the townhouses, most of them, they have 3 bedrooms. They're expecting big families. And I don't know where they are going to put everything. So at the end, they're going to have only 1 parking spot because the other one will be storage. Where they are going to park the 2nd car, the 3rd car, and the 4th car. And also, if you check the plan, they are going to move the snow at some areas. They are going to have a huge pile, and the visitor parking area will disappear because everything will be snow. This is what will happen. It's not easy to live in a townhouse, especially the very small ones they are planning to do. So my suggestion, if you can build less townhouses, bigger area, and everybody got the new big garbage bins from the store, from the town. Well, I personally cannot fit my bins inside the garage. Those are outside. It looks horrible. I cannot put inside. I have my lawnmower, snow thrower, everything is there. I cannot fit. So where they are going to put the bins from the town? Are you checking how big the garage are going to be? Is there a specific measurement that are considering to put winter tires, garbage bin, camping staff, and all those kind of things? I'm not sure. Maybe it's a question that they can answer me, and that's only from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Parker. Any more? Anybody else wish to speak? Oh, hello again.
Yeah, well, this is the real reason why I came. The other one was a bonus.
Well, you're more than welcome. You're welcome to come up and you got the ear of all the council. So
It's Angela Hoppe again. I'm a Lambstone resident for over 20 years. This subdivision, I understand, yes, we need to build more housing in Innisfil. The whole province is suffering. I understand that. But this approval was done over 20 years ago. I don't know, even half of the houses around the neighborhood were even here. So any of the information you've gathered is out of date. A lot of the traffic concerns, we now have traffic coming all the way from the 6th line all the way across us, not to mention the houses that they're proposing to build are literally 5 feet from the road. You're not going to be able to see traffic coming either way. And as far as calling it a senior's home, I'd like to see the seniors climbing those stairs. Because, yeah, no, the seniors aren't climbing 4-story townhomes. They don't fit in the neighborhood. There's no 4-story townhomes in Innisfil. If you want 4-story townhomes, go back to Toronto, because that's not what Innisfil is. People buy out here for the land, you know, to get away from the busy city life. We come out here to relax. We don't come out here to be jam-packed and crammed in. That's not what Innisfil is, and I'm not sure if that's where our town wants to be going. You know, the safety concerns for that street, there's only one in and out. I'd like to see, you know, some emergency vehicles come in and out of that. How are you going to get more than one fire truck, police, ambulance? They're not going to be able. The safety concern, you're not going to get people out. God forbid there's a tragedy. We know Innisfil is changing. We've all had gun reports. We've had shootings. What happens if there's a shooting on that street, God forbid? Where are those people going? You got one in and out. One in and out, they're trapped. We don't know where people's mindsets are going these days. Now you've just trapped 91 residents in there. It's not a safety. It's not safe for anybody in there. It needs to be reconsidered. The elevation is higher. I agree with all the points, my fellow landowners. That elevation slopes all the way to those people. They're already flooding. Now you're going to put a concrete jungle back there? I don't know. All that water is just going to run off towards them. You call green space? You obviously never been here, like my resident said, in the wintertime. You're going to plow snow in an accessible area. Those parking spots will all be filled with snow. So there will be no excess parking. You have one parking spot for 91 houses. No one's going to afford $700,000 house or up on one income with one car. You're going to have 2 vehicles. You're going to be using those extra spaces. Those extra spaces are going to be filled with snow in the wintertime. There's going to be nowhere for them to go. Emergency vehicles won't be able to access houses if need be. And we're already strapped when it comes to the sewers, when it comes to try water your grass, try have a shower in the evenings in the neighborhood once everyone gets home from work. Now you're going to add all that extra stress. The sewers can't handle it when it rains. Now we're going to have all of that. The internet, God forbid you try to get on the internet once everyone's home from work. We just don't have the infrastructure in place to add that many more homes in the area. Thank you.
Once again, I ask if anyone wishes to speak on this matter. Microphone is open. All right. Yes, by all means. Please approach the microphone and state your name for the record, sir.
Thank you, everyone. My name's Josh Mead, Joshmead. I live at 1176 Booth Avenue. I'm really here just to support what everyone's saying. I've lived here 17 years as of June. Everything everyone has said, the flooding is an issue here. Okay, I live right in the corner of the proposed area, the southeast corner. Okay, so I've seen that flooding that Elise has mentioned coming right down through my backyard. There is a drainage well right there somewhere, buried under all kinds of grass and rocks and whatnot. It doesn't work very well in your property. Is it there? Okay. It doesn't work very well. It never has. You know, I've had my basement back up just the same as you have. You know, your sump pumps, if you walk down that street in the middle of a dry summer, there's always a sump pump running somewhere in that neighborhood. Always. There's always water running across the sidewalk. You know, so the drainage is going to be a big issue. These tiny little areas that they proposed for all that snow. Someone else had mentioned, you know, come here in the winter and look at our snowbanks. Okay, I have one of the biggest lawns on Booth Avenue. I have an end-unit townhome, and I've got a lot of grass. My snow is still that deep on my lawn. That's only 4 feet wide. At the end of my driveway, it's up into my maple tree over my head. And you look at the plan layout for this little high-density community, they don't have anywhere to put their snow. So they're going to have snow removal company come in and shovel everyone's driveway every day and push it off? No. People are going to trample down their snow, they're going to have slip hazards and whatever, and they're going to push the snow out into the road, and then maybe by noon or 4 o'clock the next day after a snowstorm, they'll finally come and push it away, but they're going to push it in these huge piles that, as everyone said, are going to be 18 feet high or higher in our backyards. And they're going to be causing all kinds of flood and salt runoff and whatnot. It's going to be killing our plants in our backyards. And, you know, here we all live in a nice little piece of paradise. You know, for 17 years, I've had nothing in my backyard but a field. I used to have deer run through my backyard when I moved in. You don't see that anymore, okay? And now we feel like we're going to live down in downtown Markham or Toronto, and it's just going to be a concrete jungle. Like, I think it's just crazy. The density is way too high for what you guys are proposing. And hopefully that's not going to happen. Again, with the garbage and the storage of those monster bins, you know, I'm just like the last resident that said, you know, I have these bins sitting in front of my garage door because I can't put them in my garage. You know, once upon a time when my wife and I were, you know, double income, no kids, we were, you know, using that garage. But now that we've got bikes and toys and camping gear and all that stuff, that garage is full. I park in my driveway. I had to cut a new parking spot on my lawn that we've filled in with gravel, and we'd like to interlock eventually, but time hasn't permit yet. But here we are trying to make space. Now we're going to jam in all these people, and no one's going to have parking space. And as everyone said, you're going to have a one car, you're going to have a storage bin, and then what? You know, I just think it's crazy. And if I could just finish with one question, is there any sort of proposed timeline on this at this point? You know, if everything was approved and everything just flew through, you know, are we looking at 1 year, 2 years, 3 years? How far away is this? Does anyone have any idea? Because I want out before my property value goes to crap.
Well, sir, this has been a planning session. It's just being brought forth for information and public input. There's nothing been passed as of yet.
No.
So it will be coming up. If you sign up to the website, you'll receive the emails as they come in with what comes in with every agenda every week when we come in.
Okay, excellent.
No trouble.
All right, thank you for your time. Thank you, everyone.
All right. Once again, I ask, okay, we have another person. Beautiful. Please come to the microphone and state your name for the record.
Good evening. My name is Catherine Casper, and I live at 1207 Booth Avenue, which is on the south side, right on the corner of Booth and Webster. Our concern, I agree with everybody that what they've said so far about everything. My concern is the density. Because not only do we have 91 units going in there, there's another 42 units going in off of the 7th line west of Quarry. So there is going to be a lot more density. And as far as the schooling, it's not going to be able to look after that number. My other question is, do we need this amount of density, and does it include affordable housing? I believe affordable housing is more important than having more density. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. If anybody has anything else they wish to add, we've covered quite a number of points already, which have been repeated numerous times, which is a good sign, means everyone's on the same page. If not, what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask the clerk if any emails have been received during this meeting.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. No emails have been received regarding this item.
Thank you. We will now go to council for questions and comments, and then we will go to the recommendation to receive comments provided this evening. Does anybody on council have anything they wish to ask? Okay, that would be Councillor Saunders.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you all for coming tonight. There's a lot of good points taken. Seniors accessible housing is very important. My biggest concern was to the density, but the fire chief is not here to answer my question, so I'm going to put it in for the paper. There is only one entrance and exit into this subdivision. That being said, like one of the people said, the public said today, should there be an emergency, how are they going to get out? There is no emergency exits for anybody. So could we have the developer and the fire chief please look into that? Because as they said, should there be an emergency, a lot of cars are leaving at one time. And when they're parking on the street, because there's only room for one car and the lack of parking, it's going to be a difficult area for them to get out. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Saunders. Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I have a couple of questions. One, and they have to deal with many questions have been raised tonight around green space and also stormwater. Drainage seems to be an issue on this site. So normally when we, and also the third item is parkland. So starting with parkland, I just want to ask, just for, that everyone understands, normally when we receive a plan of subdivision, there are a certain amount of parkland that they have to provide. Does the amenity space that they provided meet that requirement?
Through you, Deputy Mayor Fowler, they need to provide cash in lieu for public parkland in this case, because that amenity space is not public parkland. It's a private common element.
So I guess what they're hoping is that we'll accept cash for parkland elsewhere in that community. So right now there would be no parkland that's seen, and that amenity space is not parkland.
That's correct. The amenity space is not public parkland.
Okay, all right then. My second question is attached to that is just green space. It's more of a comment than anything else. Normally, when we advocate for higher density, like we have in the orbit, the town has done an excellent job in providing green space for that design. And it seems to me that builders have taken upon themselves, that since we're in a rush to build, that they seem they can cram as many places in to maximize profits, but not maximize community. And it seems that we need to take a closer look at how do we maximize benefit for community when we get these higher densities. Like, I'm all for higher densities. I've said that many times, but it has to be accompanied by proper green space so it gives people a sense of community. And there have been thousands of reports written on the importance of green space when you have high density communities. So I think that's important. And when these types of subdivisions come forward, we need to keep that in mind. My last item is the last subdivision in this general area, I believe, had a stormwater management pond in it, but I don't see one here. And it seems that drainage drainage is an issue across Innisfil. We all know that. So why is there no stormwater management pond on this site? The bylaws state that homeowners are responsible for the water that comes off their property. Why wouldn't this development?
Through you, Deputy Mayor Fowler, there is an underground tank that is proposed, but it's under the common amenity area.
So that's something that can be topped. I've never heard that in any of our plans that we've received before. It seems they could accomplish two things. They get additional green space if they had an open area stormwater management area that is treed. So they would accomplish two things at once. So generally, it seems it is overly dense, lack of green space, lack of parkland, lack of, and especially with, I'm hearing the issues around stormwater management. People around them should not be responsible for water that drains off their property, and specifically snow accumulation in the wintertime is a serious issue. It's something we need to think about. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Waters. Councillor Zanella.
Thank you. I also have a lot of concerns about the flooding and drainage issues, so I think that's something that we really need to take a look at before we can really go any further. Also, when we had the list of all the things that were, people that were consulted, I didn't see the school board's input on that, on the list. Have the school boards, both school boards, been consulted and had any input?
The school boards were circulated. They're all circulated. They're part of our standard circulation list for rezonings. We haven't received any correspondence, but we will certainly follow up with the boards.
We haven't seen anything back from either one of them?
Not at this time, no.
Okay. And I think for now that's it. I do have other questions, but they'll be at a later date. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Zanella. Is there any more questions? Okay, Councillor Drudge.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I couldn't agree more with Councillor Waters' questions. They definitely need to be answered. But I had a question around the traffic study. Does that traffic study include pedestrian traffic? So I'm aware that it was done between a certain time of day, and actually, it's a good question I heard from the audience. When was that traffic study done? And my other question is, when that traffic study was done, was there pedestrian traffic also calculated?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I believe the traffic study was completed last year. I don't have the date top of mind. I do apologize for that. I don't think it looked at pedestrian study, it just looked at vehicular traffic, but it's something that we could follow up with staff and have a conversation on.
All right, thank you. Yeah, because anybody that lives in that area knows that probably 90% of that area is walking.
Okay, Councillor Constantine.
So my concern is when the proposal was put first, they were asking for 70 units, and now they want 91. So I want to know, why is the increase?
Through you, Deputy Mayor. So the original density that was proposed for the site, 52 units per net hectare versus the 59 units per hectare that we're talking about today, that was done by a different developer at that time. That was done back in 2003. I think the file and the information that both the city staff have and my current applicant is very slim. We don't really understand exactly the proposed built form, how we derived that 52 unit per hectare versus the 59 that were being proposed today. So unfortunately, I don't have too much information to share with you on the historical file here and how the 52 was derived back then.
Because to my understanding, the resident, they wouldn't, they doesn't mind the 70 unit because they think that that would give them more green space. But, the added 91, that's what they are concerned about.
Well, I think we're talking, we're talking about two different things. We're talking about units per hectare. I think you're talking about units. I don't have the specifics of the plan that was in place in 2003 to be able to answer your question efficiently. All I can say is when we're talking about it on a net unit per hectare basis, the difference is very marginal. I think the average individual wouldn't be able to discern a difference between 52 units per hectare versus 59 units per hectare.
Thank you. Any more questions? Okay, I have a few comments myself while I have a moment. My son went to Lake Simcoe Public School when it was being constructed, so I've seen the growth in the area over the past 10 years. And I've seen how the traffic has increased, and I think that this is going to be a major issue. I'm a commuter myself, with many members of the community, like 80% of us commute down to Toronto or to Barrie or other locations. So when we leave en masse. And there's a lot of times where when you have children and people in a rush in the morning to go, you're going to create problems. It's going to create havoc. And what we have with that is a situation, the density is too much with too many people trying to get out of one location, as has been stated, with the one entrance. That's going to create a bottleneck, and it's going to be nothing but issues that arise from that. Add in the wintertime, the snow. I've been a resident for almost 3 decades now of Innisfil, and I've been here when the snowbanks have been 8 feet tall, and my frontage is large enough that it can manage it decently. I can only imagine what the poor people in those houses would have in that situation. And lastly, you mentioned green spaces in your map with your radial view. One park is within walking distance, but you had to walk down the road and around the school. Annette is not just down the road and across. You have to literally weave your way through. And then Webster Park, on top of that, you have to go through a major intersection and then up a major thoroughfare to get to Webster Park. So the lack of green space that's accessible for children, I don't see that. I see that as a major issue in the future with the people coming up. This needs to be looked at. I'm sorry, this is my personal opinion. This needs to be looked at to make it more accessible with the community, to make it more, to fit in better so that there's less chance of children being injured. The situations with the entrances need to be addressed where, like has been brought up numerous times. It seems like a very ideal situation you're presenting, but what we need is something that's a little more realistic. Thank you. That being said, we will now go to the recommendation to receive the comments provided this evening. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Drodge, Councillor Waters, all those in favor? Perfect, thank you. Now, I'm going to impress upon everyone's good nature. Many of us council have been here since 6 o'clock, steadily in meetings. We need 5 minutes, maybe 10 to stretch our legs before we get into Friday Harbor. We understand it's going to be a very, very large debate with many, many people speaking, so I'd like to make sure everyone is refreshed. So if we can get back here at 8:32, it would be appreciated. Thank you. Excuse me, everybody. Excuse me, can we have, hello? Okay. Yeah, here we go. If I can get everybody to sit down, please. Thank you. So, yeah, okay.
Good evening, everyone. I just wanted to let you all know I'm joining now for this part of the meeting. However, the Deputy Mayor has been doing such a good job chairing. I'll let him keep chairing, and I'll simply be here to listen to you today. I attended the Ontario Government's Ontario Service Awards, Volunteer Awards this evening, and that's why I was absent for the first part of the meeting, and I'll catch up later on YouTube. Over to you, Deputy.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll continue on where we left off. Thank you to everyone who's taken the time to attend in person or watch this live stream meeting and presentation regarding the application. Anyone who wishes to provide comment may still do so and may also register as an interested party to be contacted before this item is considered by council. Please contact the clerk's office at clerksoffice@innisfil.ca. Anyone who wishes to provide comment may still do so and may register as an interested party to be contacted before this item is considered by council. Please contact the clerk's office at clerksoffice@innisfil.ca. So now we're on to the item that has brought so many here. We will now proceed with the last item on tonight's agenda, which is also being presented for information and public consultation purposes only, with no discussion being made tonight, with no decisions being made tonight. The application concerns proposed amendments to the Town of Innisfil's official plan and zoning bylaw for 3999 Friday Drive. We will start with presentations from staff and the consultant on behalf of the applicant. We will have an opportunity for public consultation where we will hear from members of the public, first here in council chambers, and then those from those who have registered to speak virtually, and then council may have a few questions or comments. All speakers will have 5 minutes to ask your questions or express your comments. Then staff or the consultant will respond where possible. Should anyone need to speak for a second time to identify an issue that has not already been raised or to receive clarification, they may be provided with an additional 5 minutes. After all members of the public have provided comment, council will receive the information. Should any member of the public watching the live stream wish to comment, they can email clerk services, and these comments will be provided to council and town staff and taken into consideration before council makes a final decision. You may also be added to the circulation list as an interested party and will be updated on any future information regarding the item. The email will be listed on the PowerPoint during the meeting and is also available on tonight's agenda, which can be found on the town's website. We will now hear from the clerk, Ms. Patty Toma, on how public notice of this meeting was provided.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Notice for this public meeting was provided to required agencies, and the notice was circulated to all landowners within 120 meters of the subject lands on May 30th, 2024, in accordance with the Planning Act. Also, corresponding signage was posted on the property on May 30th, 2024. Information and materials respecting the application were also posted on the town's Get Involved page.
Has any correspondence been received by clerk services concerning this item?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Clerk's office has received 24 pieces of correspondence regarding this application that have been circulated to council expressing comments concerning the proposed development. As well, members of the public may provide comments or register their interest regarding this item during this meeting or up until council makes the decision by contacting the clerk's office.
Thank you. We will now hear from David Riley, Principal of SGL Planning and Design Incorporated, who will provide a high-level application summary.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Fowler and members of council and everyone here tonight. My name is David Riley from SGL Planning and Design. So I am a planning consultant working for the town of Innisfil in this case. So you can think of me tonight as an extension of town staff. As Deputy Mayor Fowler indicated, this is an application for an official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment at Friday Harbor, 3740 Sunreef Avenue or 3999 Friday Drive. Next slide, please. So the purpose of the application, there's 4 main parts of this application I'll get into, but generally, a quick summary of it is that there's new resort amenities proposed along Friday Drive, consisting of a forest school, a canopy walk, and spa facilities. There's a new racket, academy, and sports zone. There's an increase in the maximum height of the hotel from 6 to 15 stories. There's a decrease in the minimum number of hotel rooms. So right now, the secondary plan and bylaw require 400 hotel rooms, and the proposal is for 200 minimum. There's an increase in the maximum height of resort residential buildings within the beach precinct. So this is the southeast part of Friday Harbor, with heights ranging from 4 to 8 stories and 14 stories. There's an increase in the maximum number of resort residential units from 2,600 to 3,500. And there's an increase in maximum number of hotel and resort residential units combined from 3,000 to 700. So that 200 difference is the kind of switch between hotel units to resort residential. Next slide, please. So the secondary plan amendment, so there's, as I mentioned, an official plan amendment, which is the secondary plan amendment, and the zoning bylaw amendment. So in terms of changes to the secondary plan, the proposed changes are to address building height and the number of hotel room and resort residential units. And to modify the percentage of land areas. There's a table in section 6.1 of the secondary plan that indicates areas by designation. So there's a change in the percentage of and amount of land area from environmental protection area and resort recreation designations. And that's really to reflect the Racket Academy and Sports Zone change. Next slide, please. So the zoning bylaw amendment, the zoning bylaw is a lot more detailed in that there are many more regulations and provisions that apply. So the zoning bylaw amendment is it looks a little bit more complicated when you're looking at it than the secondary plan amendment. So like the secondary plan, the zoning bylaw also includes the number of hotel rooms and resort residential units. So that's proposed to be changed in the zoning bylaw. It's looking to rezone certain lands from environmental protection area and rural open space to the rural open space 1, which will facilitate the amenities along Friday Drive. It'll rezone certain lands from environmental protection area to resort commercial, or resort recreational commercial, and that's for the Racket Academy. It's going to establish site-specific provisions for the hotel commercial zone and the high-density resort residential zone to implement those proposed changes to the hotel and conference facility. It's going to rezone a portion of the beach precinct from resort recreational hotel commercial zone to high-density resort residential zone. And it's going to establish site-specific zone provisions to deal with the buildings that are proposed within the beach precinct. And it's going to also modify the location of private streets within the beach precinct. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, there's really that's complicated to think of kind of as a whole package. So the next few slides really focus on the 4 different sections where the changes are proposed. So you've got here the amenities along Friday Drive. That's for the spa and the canopy walk. Further along Friday Drive, up towards Big Bay Point Road, you've got the Racket Academy and Sports Zone. And then over around on the east side of the boardwalk, you've got the hotel. This is it's currently the hotel site. It's proposed to be the hotel site, but that's the change in the height and the number of rooms. And then the other 2 areas to the south and east of that are the beach precinct, where there's proposed changes to implement the proposed development. So let's just focus on each of these a little bit. Next slide, please. First, the resort amenities along Friday Drive. As I mentioned, a new spa facility and canopy walk and some other associated uses. So part of what we're going to consider in listening to everyone's comments tonight, but also continuing our review of the very detailed and comprehensive application package that has been submitted with many supporting reports, plans, and studies. We're going to be thinking about the economic benefits associated with the new amenities here. We're going to be thinking of any environmental implications of the proposed amenities. So probably a large section of where the spa facilities are and associated parking, it's currently a field, but some of the facilities are proposed within some of the area that's currently forested. We're going to be looking at if there's any on-site or off-site transportation impacts of the proposed amenities. Same with infrastructure. Thinking overall, do the proposed amenities support the function of the resort or the function of Friday Harbor as that year-round resort? And many on council and I'm sure everyone here this evening these are kind of recurring themes of previous applications that we've reviewed, and really just thinking about making sure Friday Harbor continues to be a resort. Next slide, please. So here we've got the Racket Academy and Sports Zone. Key matters that we're thinking about here. So this area is just located on the west side of the road here. It's currently a forested area. And what we're thinking about here are the economic benefits, as I noted in the previous slide, but also what are the environmental implications of this section here. As I mentioned, it's currently heavily treed. Are there any on-site or off-site transportation or infrastructure impacts related to this? And again, do these amenities continue to support Friday Harbor as that year-round resort? Next slide, please. So the hotel, we know that this is something that has always been planned, and certainly the town staff have been looking forward to this hotel actually coming to fruition, I will say. And the proposal here is to increase the height of it, but to reduce the minimum number of hotel rooms from 400 to 200. So we'll be thinking about the economic impacts associated. Is there or isn't there an impact with the reduction of hotel rooms on Friday Harbor functioning as a resort? Part of the amendment is also looking at allowing for parking associated with the hotel and conference to be not just there on this block, but anywhere within the resort. So is there any implications related to that? And also, is there the proposal for the 15 stories, is this appropriate? So we'll be thinking about that as well. Next slide, please. And the beach precinct. So this is the area to the southeast of the hotel. Again, is there any change here that is going to impact the economic success of Friday Harbor? Are there any off-site or on-site transportation infrastructure implications? Again, these are recurring themes. Are taller buildings appropriate here? So up to 14 stories, and it's not across the board. What's proposed is actually a transition from lowest in the east end up to taller buildings closer to where the hotel is. I do want to note that. That's part of the zoning bylaw amendment to have kind of a step there. Is the proposed removal of the 1.5 meter setback requirement appropriate? So this is, there's some step back requirements for, as in the bylaw now, for as the buildings get taller. It's proposed that provision be removed. With these additional, this is where those additional units that are being requested would be located. So are there sufficient resort amenities to accommodate the additional proposed residential units, and the associated population with those units. Next slide, please. So there's a lot to think about and consider in this application, and of course we'll be looking at provincial policy statement, the growth plan, the county's official plan, the Lake Simcoe protection plan, but of course the town's Our Place official plan, as well as the zoning bylaw that applies to Friday Harbor 02905. Next slide, please. We've received, in terms of agency comments, received comments from Hiawatha First Nation, desire to stay informed and engaged in the process. Bell Canada, no objections noted, but they have standard conditions that they recommend with many development applications. Department of Fisheries and Oceans, no comments or concerns. In services, they have requested more information, and that's going to kind of be an ongoing dialogue between the town, the applicant, in services. County of Simcoe, no concerns identified, but they'll be continuing their review and may have additional comments. LSRCA, their natural heritage comments are still pending, so we haven't heard from them, and we certainly rely on them for their review of natural heritage features. Town Building Department has recommended a holding symbol be used until any required servicing upgrades are completed. And the town engineering staff have identified just some preliminary technical things that they would like to discuss and review further. And if you could go to the next slide, please. As Madam Clerk identified that many public comments have been received. Certainly some longer pieces of correspondence to consider, but this slide just very highlights the general themes of what's been expressed so far related to the proposed heights, concerns with the reduction of the minimum number of hotel rooms, concern with the development within the natural preserve, and that's so related to the spa, the forest canopy walk, as well as the racket club. Concern about lack of amenities, concerns about traffic and infrastructure, as well as just general overall concerns about the density increase within the resort. Next slide, please, just to cap off the presentation. The next steps are really to continue reviewing all of the comments received. They will be considered and identified and presented in a future recommendation report and a future meeting of council. Of course, notice will be provided to everyone who's signed up and requested notification. Following the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment applications, there will be a site plan approval process. The applicant has submitted a full application for site plan, and this has currently been circulated and being reviewed by the town and staff and all agencies. Next slide, please. All this to say thank you for this presentation. I'm sure more detail will be provided by the applicant's presentation. Kirsten Morris, who's sitting right over there, is the planner on file. I know I'm certainly involved, but any correspondence, communications should be directed directly to Kirsten. And thank you all for your time, and looking forward to hearing everyone's comments.
Thank you, Mr. Riley. We will now hear from Andrea Kelly, Vice President of Geranium, on behalf of the applicant, who will provide further planning context to the application.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, Madam Mayor, members of council, members of staff, the public, both in person and online. Cheryl Shindrook would normally be speaking to you this evening instead of me, but Cheryl has been called to a family emergency, and so she has asked me to address you this evening on her behalf. She does send her apologies for not being able to be here. So I'm going to make a couple of introductory comments before our technical team will take you through a presentation. But what I'd like to do at the start is just to acknowledge a number of members of our team that are here this evening. You know Mr. Mario Giampetri, principal at Geranium. He is here with me this evening, as well as Michael Hart and Emma Pereira, who are key members of the Geranium project team, as well as Robert Waxman and Blake Leon, asset managers for Friday Harbor. So I just wanted you to know that they are with us this evening as well. So our presentation tonight, if I can just go to the next slide, is going to take us through an introduction, site context, the purpose of the applications, which will just expand on what staff have already made you aware of, as well as sort of some summary comments with respect to the planning basis for the amendments that are being sought. If I can just go to the next slide. The proposal is complex, so the presentation that we are going to make this evening is comprehensive. And I think that it's going to take us about 10 or 15 minutes to get through that presentation, but I hope that it will help to provide a common understanding of the material that needs to be considered at the statutory public meeting. There are going to be 4 speakers from our project team. Lauren Capolango is a land use planner, and she will be taking us through the planning material. Michael Kirkland from the Kirkland Partnership and Marina Corey will be taking us through some of the architectural material, and Mark Scholin will be taking us through the landscape architect material. And I am going to join you at the end of the presentation to make a few concluding comments specifically related to the hotel development. So at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Lauren.
Thank you, and good evening again, members of council. Again, my name is Lauren Capolango. I'm a planner with Malone Given Parsons, and we are the land use planners that have been on Friday Harbor File for what seems like a very, very long time. If I could just go to the next slide. So this is the site context. David, you did a fantastic job of kind of organizing ourselves and making everyone aware of the areas that we're going to be talking about today in terms of Friday Harbor. So we've kind of broken things out into, I'm going to call it 3 areas. The first, we're going to talk about the hotel and conference facility. The second will be the beach precinct area, which is to the south of the hotel. And then we are talking about the amenities, the new amenities that are proposed here in sort of off of Friday Harbor Drive. They're kind of segregated into 2 areas. One at the north end, just south of Big Bay Point Road, is the Racket Academy in the sports zone. And then further south adjacent to the golf course lands are the areas identified for the spa, the forest school, and the canopy walk. So I just wanted to note that the hotel and the conference facility, as well as the beach prinks area, are subject to both official plan amendment and the zoning bylaw applications, while the proposed Racket Academy and sports zone, as well as the other resort amenities along Friday Harbor Drive, are just subject to a zoning bylaw application. Next slide. So as David summarized, the purpose of the application that are before you today are for official plan and zoning bylaw applications. These applications seek to enable us to permit the hotel to be developed at a height of 15 stories to serve as a focal point of the resort. We're also looking to permit the resort to be developed with a reduced number of hotel units down to 200 units. We're also looking to permit a maximum of 3,500 resort residential units to be developed overall within the resort, and looking to permit the resort residential buildings within that beach precinct area to be developed at building heights ranging from 4 to 14 stories. So with that, I'll now turn it over to Michael Kirkland, who will be speaking about the hotel and the conference facility.
Thank you. It seems to be neither fish nor fowl. I can't see the screen very well, and my glasses aren't very effective here at this light. So I'll do my best to talk about what's necessary. I think it's true that in the course of something that's gone on for 17 years, there have been recessions, changes in fashion, all kinds of affairs. And so this is a time for revision and to come back and look at where we are and what we need to do to complete the project. It seems to me, and I travel a lot, as does my colleague here, who was the original architects on the case,
that this is an extraordinary undertaking, perhaps unparalleled in North America. And what's happening is a very ideal development is being done. The hardest part done first, which was building the boating areas, creating canals, doing expensive buildings and infrastructure. And so all preparatory to doing what we're going to talk about tonight, which is to try and complete the project as an ideal project. It will make Innisfil a famous place to visit for those who don't already know about it by virtue of going to ski country. If we go to the next slide for a moment. The original scheme, and I'm very appreciative of it, having spent a lot of time working and studying in Italy, was predicated on a number of great historical precedents. For those of you who've been to Venice, there is what's called the Fondamenta, which is the waterfront promenade along the water, and an anchor piece for the project here is a crescent-shaped promenade already built along the harbor. And this is a piece of construction which is expensive to do and well executed. I come to this not as an author of any of that, but as an appreciator and looking at the next phases of the work. Go to the next slide, please. The hotel, when we first came onto the case, the hotel was a motel. It was a 4-story building with its butt short end on the harbor edge and a bunch of places facing the already built development back in the land with parking everywhere. We took that idea and we've solicited opinion from various hotel developers and operators, and it was completely a non-starter. Similarly, the people, we finally have arrived at an operator which is the Hilton Curio Collection, which is a very fine thing to have. It'll be a great credit to the city, has recommended the building be 206 units, rooms, and that we also have over time taken the excess land that was used previously for low-rise motel-like hotel space and turned that into a conference center, which is contiguous to and connected to the hotel. The hotel's height, for some reason, is deemed to be controversial, I think primarily just because it was listed as such a low height originally, but it's a proper height. It's something that does not dominate any part of Innisfil's skyscape. It has a forest. It has a forest behind it. It has Lake Ontario to the south of it. And it's potentially a landmark building as seen from Lake Simcoe, which I happen to have a cottage on Snake Island, so I'm very familiar with.
All right. If we can please, if we can hold decorum, it'd be appreciated. We'll all have a chance to speak. We'll all have our time at the microphone.
Right.
Thank you.
All the hotel operators that were interviewed, and they were top drawer operators, insisted that something of this nature was the appropriate size and character of a hotel on this site serving the constituency that would come here. Next. So the hotel building sits next to the beginning of the residential precinct, which runs down to the beach. And the hotel building, as you can see, or can't see very well, but there's a triangular plaza that faces onto the harbor. The hotel sits in a position where it's a continuation of the facade of the Fondamenta of the promenade. And then it's kind of a pivot piece to go down toward the beach. So it's a hinge within the larger site. Hotel has, as we said, 206 rooms. It has a rooftop restaurant. It has a ground floor restaurant. It has swimming and other facilities, shops, et cetera. So it's a full facility building. It has space, which is the overflow space that the conference center would use. So it would be a very vital relationship between the two pieces on the site. Next. And although this is de-treed so you can see it, the base of the hotel has got a raised plaza, which looks out into the harbor. It would have cafe-type services within it. It would be a lounge. The trees have been removed so you can see. But the base of the hotel has an intended facade, which is comprised of a kind of waterfall wall. And it would be a tremendous place that anyone could come and would be an overview for the harbor. Next. The drop-off for the hotel is shown in this drawing. To the left are the associated facilities at the ground level and mezzanine. This is the resident. This is the automobile drop-off. Next. So that the project is comprised of two joined pieces. The one which has got the V structure with the glass behind it, that's the conference center. And you can see the hotel in relation to it linked at the second level for all-season connection and for a kind of vital relationship between the two from a public service point of view. Next. This is the entrance canopy. And the cars come here. There are parking spaces provided at the site, but also there are additional parking at grade to the north and ultimately a parking garage to the north, all within easy walking distance of the facility. Next. That's the wintertime version. Next. So what you can see up at the top of that drawing, where the piece of building is rotated and with the rectangle north of it, that's this pair, which is the hotel and the conference center joined with its triangular plaza facing onto the harbor. And it's the beginning of the extensive beach precinct district to the bottom of the slide, bottom right. Next. What's going on? It's very unfashionable now in urban design circles. This is one of the things that happens in 17 years, to have simply stepping buildings where you see the entire building, but the building is stepping and it's leaking. It's not coincidentally. This project is got a base, which is a 4-story base. When you're walking along the water edge, promenade to the central square part of the site, the scale would be human scale, a 4-story facade of the buildings right along the water, arriving down at the Marine Services building. And you can see the space beyond the first pair of buildings, which are actually phases 6 and 7 rather. And that space in the middle there is what's seen as being the beach square or beach plaza. And it would be a multi-service facility. You could have concerts, exhibitions, auto shows, music events, and it would have vegetation and kind of cafe seating in it. To the backside of that, the building, which is the odd shape, which is a very kind of figural structure, faces onto the square. And it creates a cluster there at the middle of the site, which is a public place, open to everybody and of great facility and amenity. All the way down to the right of that slide, there is the beach and the beach club. And there are the buildings to the extreme right, where there's some houses back on, to the site, well-treed boundary. And the building starts down there at 4 stories and then was within the city's setback requirements, and then you build up from there. What's very important in this slide is the position of taller building elements. Taller building elements throw sun and forest on the top of the slide. They are not the place that pedestrians are walking within the territory of the site. And that, as you can see, all those taller building elements are not big slabs, but rather buildings with their own lobbies. And there's a distribution of lobbies within the first 4 phases on the right part of the slide. All underground parking, 1 parking space within the building underground in each building. And additional spaces would be provided in the parking facilities to the north that I described before. Next. So this is an interesting thing from a pure kind of built form point of view. All the shadowing goes into the forest area. The forest area does not see the taller building elements because you're not in there. And the pedestrian spaces are all lined with suitably scaled buildings. You can see on the right part of the slide the 4 first phases, and there you have a 30-meter wide boulevard crossing. And that it means that the buildings on that space are all less than the width of that space in terms of height. That's a very fundamental urban design principle in order to guarantee privacy, 30-meter spacing, and sunshine, and it assures that all the units in each one of those pieces is a amenable and desirable place. As you can see, as you will see, the various phases of apartments have on-site amenities that belong to that apartment in terms of outdoor pools for the facilities. Will take the pressure off of the lack of a big common pool somewhere else. And they have, besides the square, there's a children's play area to the right between there and the beach club. So it's quite a nice set of public facilities with associated interesting places. Next. This is from the back side. This shows where the height is on the forested side. And so the thing steps down to the water at in the harbor. And you can see the hotel, the back side of the hotel on the right, and the conference center. Next. So this is what I was describing before in terms of the disposition of the building parts. This is the promenade that runs along the edge of the harbor. And when you're on that promenade, your experience is the 4-story building piece. So the scale is there. And then there is potentially second-tier buildings you wouldn't see from the promenade, nor would you see the taller bits that are back against the road and the forest to the east. So that's a kind of fundamental way of getting density, and density is a good thing, because what density means is we have people that can support retail facilities, can support community facilities, and they are being absorbed in a way which is constructive and beneficial. Next. This is the central square. The central square is the place I described as suitable for all manner of events and concerts and exhibitions and every kind of thing, which would be a famous place, and it would certainly be a place that anyone visiting Friday Harbor would come to see what was on. And you can see there the unique iconic building on the backside of the square. Next. And this is a typical one of the buildings within the development, with the stepping building has a higher piece, has a lower piece, open sides to the view and to the sun, a water feature for the building itself. Next. This is simply a drawing that shows the amenities and public spaces from the hotel all the way to the beach. I think one thing that would be worthwhile, if you don't do it, I will, is we've consulted with the original planner for this district to ascertain whether or not this seems like a suitable evolution of the idea for Friday Harbor, and she will speak to that question. She's here. There you know. And then the other thing that she might take exception to. But that is, next slide, I think that's the end of this part of the presentation. No, there's some other slides that show the, you have to read the stuff, unfortunately, but what it does is showing the taller building elements and the lower building elements and the forested areas and how the sun is not affecting adversely the site. Next. Okay, next. Oh, so that is that's the conclusion, pending questions at the end. And then we're going to go on to the next section of the building.
Good evening. I'm Mark Scholen, principal of Scholen & Company Landscape Architects, and I've been involved on the Friday Harbor project since day one. And I'm proud to say that because I think it's a spectacular project. I'm here to talk about the resort amenities as part of the overall proposal. And really, the resort amenities that we're talking about are located along Friday Drive. They have two different characteristics. The first is the ones that are associated with the nature preserve. And they are really taking advantage of the unique opportunities and context of the nature preserve in terms of its serenity, its ambience. And then there's also the racket and sports facility, which is located closer to the resort residences, because that's where we want it to be. And all these amenities will contribute to the quality of life of the resort, but also really will drive the resort forward in terms of a destination in the town of Innisfil. One thing that we are trying to do here is really address multi-generational needs in terms of recreation. So we're trying to provide a variety of resort experiences and amenities for kids, for young people, for adults, for older adults, so that they can all enjoy the resort. Along the nature preserve, we're proposing the spa, the canopy walk, and forest school. And they are proposed there because they can be really nowhere else. They require the forest context to be successful. So for example, the spa is lined up against the edge of the forest. It has a westward view to the sunset, but it also immerses itself in the forest. So we have forest bathing, we have spa pools, we have the whole character of serenity that's contributed to the ambience of the place along that edge. The forest school kind of speaks for itself. We want kids to get dirty and play in the mud. So the idea here is that we allow kids to do a day camp, to do a weekend camp, to learn about nature by touching nature and getting immersed in it. And finally, the forest canopy walk would allow visitors to experience the forest canopy from a different perspective and have a real spiritual interaction with that beautiful landscape. So to combine these three facilities along the nature preserve area really do take advantage of the context of the nature preserve and also provide an additional layer of public education and awareness of the importance of this part of the resort. Next slide, please. Further down Friday Drive, at the gateway into the resort residential area, we have the proposed Racket Academy. And we've proposed to locate the Racket Academy at this position because it provides a gateway element at that northwest corner of Friday Drive and Sunseeker, which when you come into the resort will be the main kind of message. This is about recreation, it's about having a good time, it's about the resort lifestyle. And the Racket Academy comprises a clubhouse, pickleball courts, tennis courts, and then we have the multi-sport court, recreational trail, open play space, and fitness fitness stations around the northern end. And the idea there, again, is to diversify the amount of use and allow for multi-generational activity within this part of the resort. This location is ideal because it positions the Racket Academy away from the residential component of the resort, but near enough to be accessible. So it's located on the trail system. You can ride your bike to it, you can walk to it, and it's also visually disconnected from the resort residences. As well, it provides a backdrop against the forest, so it's less imposing visually. The idea is that the tennis facility would have provision to be domed for winter use, so the dome would be backed up visually against the back of the forest, so it would be less visually imposing as you enter the resort itself. The idea here is really to provide a lot of amenity value in a compact area, and essentially this part of the resort is strategic for that from that perspective. It's also kind of located so that everybody can use it. So visitors, residences, and people coming from the marina can use that Racket Academy. As previously mentioned, it is located in an area that is presently wooded, and Beacon Environmental has undertaken a study of that area to determine what those potential impacts would be, and the impact would be a result in about a 2% encroachment in the area of woodland within the nature preserve, but there's a commitment there to compensate at a ratio of 2 to 1 for any kind of woodland loss. There's also no butternut trees that are healthy will be removed in that area. Basically, the whole approach here with the resort amenities is to benefit the resort as a vibrant and viable place and to contribute to the quality of life of residents and visitors to Friday Harbor. So I'll pass it off to Marina.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Marina Corey, and I'm a planner and an architect with DPZ, and I was here at the curling club 22 years ago in August when we designed this master plan, and I'm really delighted to be here to see how it's evolved. And while we worked on the master plan, we haven't worked on the architecture, but I have spent the past couple of days really soaking it all in, because the last time I was here was about 6 years ago. But before I talk about the plan, can we go to the next slide, please? I just wanted to make 2 comments because I think one of them is very personal, but it really strikes me. I live in the US, I live in the DC area, and I just want to say the civil discourse here, as compared to where we are, is really wonderful to see. I can't believe how polite everybody has been. Every time I go to Canada, I'm reminded of that, but it's very refreshing. And so I want to commend you on that. But I also feel that for you, as well as for the public, it must be incredibly disheartening to see people come up and constantly complain about projects. And so why is this project up here? Why is this particular slide up here? And that is because I spent half my life designing master plans and resorts and downtown infill plans around the world. And then I spent the other half of my life writing zoning codes to make sure that the ideas that are put into a plan actually are materialized in a way that people can see it and understand it and believe in it, because too often community members see something, may fall in love with it or not, and then when it gets built, it's not what it is. Now that is not Friday Harbor. It is. We've designed a lot of communities, a lot of resorts, but what has been done here is really remarkable. The investment that the developers have made, the love that I've heard, and the admiration, and the reason there are so many people here is probably a testament to how much they care about Friday Harbor. So it is a good place, and I think everybody wants to make sure it remains good. Now, why is this drawing here? The drawing is here because we also wrote a code for Friday Harbor to ensure that the vision would the implementation would live up to the vision that was put here. So when I get up in public hearings, I really dislike talking about numbers. I understand there has to be height discussions, I understand there have to be density discussions, but I would hope it wouldn't end there. And what I always encourage people to do is to talk about character instead of numbers, because numbers tell you nothing. High density can be done very well or very poorly, and low density can be done very well or very poorly. So today I walked around, and every person I saw at Friday Harbor, I stopped them and asked them if they were a resident, and then I asked them, what do you think about this? What do you think about the 14 stories or the 6 stories or what's happening? And I heard that there were people angry about what was there. I also heard a lot of people tell me, we don't mind the density, we want the amenities to be here. It has to be the amenities have to come along with the density. So I would hope that today we can have with the community, a really good discussion about, instead of just numbers, whether it's too tall or not too tall, because 16 stories may be appropriate for one, 14 stories may be appropriate for another, 6 stories may be appropriate for a third. Instead, how do the buildings meet the street? Is the parking hidden? Is there enough open space? And not in terms of percentage, but what does that open space look like? How do people use it? How is it programmed? What kind of amenities are we having? I've always found that to be a much more positive way of having these discussions. So I would hope that that we could encourage a discussion in that respect as well. Now, in terms of the deviation from the master plan, plans evolve and certainly codes evolve. And I happen to live in a community in the DC area designed by DPZ back in 1988, so before my time. And it has changed tremendously from having 1-story commercial buildings to now seeing 6 stories coming in because, transit's coming in. It evolves. And we're always telling community members who get uncomfortable with growth, ask yourself, is it meeting the principles and the intent of what this place is supposed to represent? So when I look at the proposal and what Michael and the others have drawn, I look to see, does it meet the intent of what the code was intended to represent? Is it still a collection of mixed-use buildings? Are there wide, generous sidewalks? Is the parking hidden out of view? Do the buildings shape spaces? Are they providing courtyards and outdoor space that's semi-public and some that is very public? And I found that the answer was yes to that. So I do feel that it meets the intent of the code. And so the drawing is here because that drawing was done 23 years ago. And even though the architecture is not that, the urbanism is that. And so I'm just up here to say it would be wonderful to talk to how this place should and will evolve, because it's going to. It's highly successful, and so 2 things. So density. Let's really think about what's going to make those buildings really beautiful, so that people can care for them as much as they care of what's there. But also recognize the fact that the retail needs the pedestrian traffic there, and they need more pedestrian traffic than's currently there right now. I think everybody would agree. People told me it's a shame to see some of the restaurants that are either closed or shuttered. But the other thing I wanted to say is that we design resorts where there's a park once and walk around the entire week, because there is such a thing, and I'm not a transportation engineer, but I've worked with a lot of them, of an internal capture. And when you get a certain level of people here, there will be an internal capture. I understand that there's concerns for what's going to happen along Big Bay Point Road and the traffic that it's going to bring, and that will work itself through. But when you get to that capacity of a plan, the way it's drawn right now, there will be a certain amount of internal capture, and it can be as high as 20–30%. And that will help alleviate traffic. People always have a hard time understanding that maybe more people will come, but there'll be less traffic. But it absolutely can be true when you have this mix of uses on the site. So on that note, I'm just going to turn it back over to Lauren. Thank you.
So if we could just go to the next slide. I have the wonderful privilege of talking numbers. And I know Marina said we don't talk numbers, but that's my job for the wrap-up of this presentation. There was a question, obviously, that we're all exploring with the city staff to talk about the economic benefits of Friday Harbor. I don't think I need to tell this council the economic benefits that have happened, but we have prepared as part of the application an economic benefits analysis. And some of those benefits are actually here on the screen. Those benefits include development charge revenue, increase in property tax revenue, construction revenue, retail spending, both within Friday Harbor and the local community, and creating additional jobs here within Friday Harbor, which I think are very important elements of this development. Next slide. And then there's also the consideration for the town and the county and the proposal and how it will generate fiscal surpluses on an annual basis. So we've provided all that information to staff. I don't want to get into the numbers here, but they are on the screen here, and happy to have some more dialogue about that. Next slide. So just to kind of provide a wrap up in terms of the planning context here and what the actual amendments we're seeking today. To facilitate this exciting development that we've really described tonight, which includes the delivery of the hotel and the conference facility, the development within the beach club area, and the series of in the beach club area, we need a series of amendments to the secondary plan there here. And for the hotel and the conference facility, we need amendments to the secondary plan to deal with the increase in height of the hotel from 6 to 15 stories and reduce the amount of resort hotel units from 400 to 200. For the beach precinct area, amendments to the secondary plan, we need to increase the building heights from 4 to 14 stories, increase the total resort residential units from 2,600 to 3,500 units, and increase the overall resort hotel units and resort residential from 3,000 to 3,700 units. Next slide. Similarly, we also require a series of amendments to the zoning bylaw for the Friday Harbor to deliver the hotel, the conference facility, the development within the beach club that we spoke about, as well as the proposed amenities, which include the spa and wellness center, the forest school, the canopy walk, and the racket club. So we have the list of amendments on the screen. I will say that the zoning bylaw for Friday Harbor, as much as Marina has talked about writing that code, this really much is that code for development here. But as Friday Harbor continues to evolve, we need to ensure that the zoning evolves with it to permit the vision that we're seeking here tonight. So just to summarize the amendments that we need to the zoning bylaw, it would be to increase the height of the hotel to 15 stories, reduce the number of hotel rooms to 200, increase the building heights within the beach precinct, and establish really those site-specific zone parameters to allow us to deliver the hotel conference facility here effectively. In the beach precinct, again, there's a series of amendments required to increase the height of the buildings up to 14 stories, talking about the increase of the resort residential units from 26 to 3,500, and increasing the resort residential and the hotel units from 3,000 to 3,700. And again, establishing a whole host of zone provisions to ensure that we can deliver the built form of the products that are being envisioned here today. And lastly, for the amenity space, we're talking about the Rocket Academy, the spa, the wellness center, the forest school, all these exciting elements. We require zoning bylaw amendments to facilitate those. All the uses are generally permitted, but we are looking to rezone a small area of the environmental protection area to a resort recreational commercial zone, to permit the racket club and those recreational uses, and then rezone the area in the nature preserve that we talked about from the EPA to rural open space to facilitate the forest school, the canopy walk, the spa, and all the associated uses. Next slide. I promise I'm almost done. As a land use planner, what we always do is we look at the context of the various levels of the policy planning the planning policy that's in place here. That includes the town's official plan, the secondary plan, the county of Simcoe's official plan. They have very specific policies for the Big Bay Point and the secondary plan as well for Friday Harbor. We've determined that the proposed development does meet the general intent and policies of all of those documents. We also looked at the provincial policy statement, the growth plan, the Lake Simcoe conservation plan, and in my opinion, the proposed development is consistent and conforms with all of those documents. We're looking here to promote an efficient development, an efficient land use pattern. We're looking to incorporate a greater range and mix of uses, which include the hotel, the conference facilities, more additional retail and commercial uses where appropriate, and looking to sort of expand the typologies and the sizes of the units that are here within Friday Harbor today. So we really believe that these applications will deliver all of that, the value here to Friday Harbor, including the much sought after hotel and conference facility that's been envisioned here since its initial inception, along with a whole suite of new amenity areas for the existing and future residents of this area. So these new residential units will continue to diversify the whole resort residential offerings and also for the short-term accommodations that are available at the resort currently today. More specifically, we did a natural heritage evaluation report for this because obviously we understand that we're looking to rezone portions of the EPA to allow for those amenities. That natural heritage evaluation demonstrated that there will be no negative impact to the natural heritage features that were within the EPA or their functions. And as I mentioned, while we require rezoning to modify the boundaries of the EPA zone to permit those residential amenities, we're very cognizant of what's in that what's in the EPA area and making sure that no natural heritage features are impacted whatsoever. We were also given, when developing the plan, careful consideration was given to the built form to ensure that the plan continued to maintain the transition of building heights, as we saw on a couple of the screens before, and as Michael Kirkland has explained, to ensure that there's really no negative impacts to the existing community and the surrounding areas of the resorts. So again, these applications will really add new and exciting elements to Friday Harbor to ensure that it continues to support the delivery of the economic benefits to the town and the larger community. So with that, I'll wrap up my presentation. Andrew.
Thanks, Lauren. Just like to make a few concluding comments before we turn it over to the public. There has been a number of people talking about the hotel, and it's a very important portion of this development, and it's continuing to evolve. And I mentioned earlier when I made my introductions that Robert Waxman and Blake Lyon, the asset managers from Friday Harbor, are with us this evening. And they have been instrumental in helping to deliver the hotel component. And we have a letter of support from Hilton Worldwide that I'd just like to read a couple of excerpts from so that council and the community does know that that component of this master plan is committed to. So Jeff Curry, the Senior Director of Development Canada for Hilton Worldwide, writes, the Curio Collection by Hilton brand is currently enjoying worldwide expansion, and this, the Friday Harbor development, is an amazing project which has gained much attention from global leaders of the Curio Collection brand, as well as from the senior executives of Hilton. The project is one of several within our organization to be considered high profile. And then he goes on to say that I am extremely confident that the Friday Harbor group, headed up by Robert and Blake, has the vast experience, talent level, and professionalism to bring the project to fruition and will undoubtedly bring a sense of pride to the town and the local community. So that's just a comment to ensure that that council and the community knows that the hotel is on the horizon. And just to clarify a comment made by staff earlier that there is a site plan that has been submitted. That site plan has been submitted for the hotel and the conference center component, not the entire development application that is before you this evening. So to sum up, we're anxious to hear the comments from the public this evening and from council. We are here to listen. We know that there is a process that we need to continue to go through and evolve this work, taking into consideration the comments that are made this evening. And we look forward to doing that and continuing to work with the community and staff on this proposal. And with that, we'll take our leave and allow the public to make their comments.
Thank you, everybody. We will now hear from members of the public who have questions regarding this item. I will call those in attendance here at Town Hall who have pre-registered to speak to come forward to the podium, and please state your name for the record. The list of pre-registered speakers is now on the screen. After they have spoken, all others in the audience will have an opportunity to speak. As a reminder, we will have the initial 5 minutes, and people may return to the podium after everyone has had a first round. Thank you. Ms. Brown?
Good evening. Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, members of council, and staff. I'm a former homeowner at Friday Harbor. I'm discouraged to see homeowners disadvantaged at every turn by these applications for what developers once referred to as a Walt Disney story. Owners pay 3 different monthly fees once the 2% entry fee is paid upon purchase. All fees increase every single year. When I lived there over a period of 4 years, I could see in the budget that while fees were increasing, services were diminishing. And oddly, the RA budget ran a deficit. I'm told this year's budget presented to homeowners also ran a deficit. Where are the funds coming from to top up the RA budget every year, and at what interest rate? The last amenity that opened was the Lake Club in 2021. In addition to providing recreational opportunities for homeowners and a tourism draw, amenities are intended to provide income for the RA. Once the developers have finished building everything they can, they will leave, and the income from the homeowners' fees and amenities will be what sustains the resort's infrastructure and operations. In the March 2024 amenity study, the comparison to the Blue Mountain Resort notes that the fees from a diverse range of amenities fund the RA. Friday Harbor has only homeowners to fund the RA operations. No substantial plans exist to supplement that, despite the pretty pictures. How long does council see this being sustainable? The infrastructure is massive, and a lot of it is directed at lake conservation, so it must be maintained. By the time the developers reach substantial build-out and turn the property over to homeowners, this infrastructure will probably be in need of major repairs and replacement. When I was there, the reserve fund was around $1 million, a pittance compared to what this maintenance will cost. Council needs to request a report detailing how much maintaining the infrastructure costs and what the reserve fund needs to be. Understanding these costs will become important to Council in the years to come. With every application, we hear promises of amenities along with requests to build condos. The hotel, the conference center, a spa, the racket academy, a sports zone, a parking garage. Talk. Where are they? Are these amenities to be run by Friday Harbor, or is Friday Harbor seeking partnerships to run them? Council needs to understand if the shrinking hotel is a function of true market need or a desire to increase the footprint for more condos. I suspect the latter. The need for the hotel rooms is tied to the conference center functions, and we heard tonight that the conference space, now 1/4 of its original size, has a capacity of 1,000 people. I don't know about you, but when I go to a conference, I don't expect to share my hotel room with 4 other people. Remember that the hotel and conference center are revenue generators for the RA, so when exactly are these being built? On September 28, 2022, the previous council voted to permit the developer's request to sever a piece of resort land to build Seasons Retirement Home, and at the same time removing the phasing requirement. In my opinion, this decision was the death of the resort. This phasing requirement had been put in place to protect homeowners, requiring defined amenities to be built before the developers would be permitted to build more condos. Let's be clear about this. When a condo is sold, the money goes to the developers. When an amenity is built, the revenue earned from operations supports the resort's infrastructure and programming. This permission granted by the last council gave the developers wholesale permission to build the things that put money in their pockets, condos, while only promising with no real obligation to build amenities that cost them money and provide revenue for the RA, but not for them. You may wonder why it matters to me when I'm no longer a homeowner at Friday Harbor. I remain a tax-paying citizen of Innisfil. And if I look at the longer term, it's clear to me that the cost of maintaining the Friday Harbor infrastructure will fall to the taxpayers of Innisfil. Sooner than later. Town staff may look at the tax cash cow that Friday Harbor is now, but with no amenities, is it not just another settlement area? We can now see the vast expanse of concrete that was once to house any number of amenities and provide an important tourism venue is now condos, and more condos, and they want to build more. In fact, to add the amenities discussed in this application, they are forced to encroach on environmentally protected land and areas of the property that were never intended to be anything but beautiful natural environments. In addition to the required funding to maintain the infrastructure, the 10,940 residents of Friday Harbor, as referenced in the OPA, will require the amenities that any settlement area in Innisfil has. Schools, garbage pickup, snow removal, road maintenance, things that Friday Harbor homeowners pay for now, but don't actually receive, and they're not included in the budget that Innisfil puts out every year. Once the developers are gone, and if homeowners can't afford the dramatic increase in fees that would be required, the town will need to take it over. This has budget implications that affect every resident of Innisfil. Council needs to understand the future implications of their decisions for all residents. Perhaps this Walt Disney story has in fact become a Pinocchio story. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. We just saved the applause for after. We're next person, please, Ms. Megan Varga.
Good evening, everyone. I don't know who to say first, so hello, everyone. Okay, so I'm going to be super fast. I don't have a really long story. I just have a few points to add to the list. So what are the lighting impacts? Because right now you drive by Friday Harbor at night and it is completely lit up, and now it's going to be 15 stories completely lit up? Like, how's that going to work? What about birds hitting the windows, the shadows? They say only go in the trees, but we can talk about that later. So the site plan guide on the Innisfil website, on page 7, it says, Innisfil uses site plan control when reviewing site plan applications to help town staff ensure that, and then there's a bunch of bullet points, but the third one is very interesting. It says, to ensure that the proposal suits the character of the area, improves and activates the streetscape, placemaking, landscaping, paving, street furniture, bicycle parking, and poses minimal land use conflicts to neighboring uses. I feel like we're not really abiding to that. I also feel like this is such a drastic change. Why are we still doing amendments? Like, at what time do we draw a line in the sand and say enough's enough? Let's start again. Because nobody knows what the original plan was for Friday Harbor, because I've asked for it. I know other people have asked for it, and that's great that she drew that picture that looks nothing like it. But we've never seen it anymore. If you haven't been here from the beginning and it's not in your drawer, you don't have a copy of it. So at what point do we just say, okay, we're done? Let's just start again and actually look at the Lake Simcoe Protection Plan and act and see how it pertains, because right now we know that they're grandfathered in for most of it, so they don't have to stick to it. So that's all I really had to add to the list. Thank you for your time.
Again, please, let's wait till everybody has had a chance to speak. We're inviting up Loretta Pursuto.
Good evening, Your Worship, Deputy Mayor, and members of council. My name is Loretta Pursuto, and I am a board member of High Point. We are here today to state unequivocally that our support for the further development of Friday Harbor is conditional upon the better alignment of amenities to meet the needs of the growing community. We want Friday Harbor to be a success and meet the standards of a 5-star destination resort. We all have a vested interest in ensuring our mutual success, and the success of the resort rests heavily upon ensuring it is active and attended during all 4 seasons. In order for the development of Friday Harbor to be a collaborative success, the following items are needed. Amenities and infrastructure need to align with the current and future population and build out of the resort. We need to secure and manage revenue-generating assets owned and operated by the Resort Association. We need to secure resort lands for future amenity development adjacent to current facilities. It is imperative that we achieve these measures in order to improve and sustain the success and reputation of Friday Harbor. My colleagues will provide further details on these objectives. Thank you.
Ms. D'Alessandro.
Good evening, Mayor Dolan, Deputy Mayor Fowler, members of council. My name is Anna D'Alessandro, and many of you may know me as I've appeared before this council on many occasions on matters over the years. In recent years, I have also appeared on matters pertaining to Friday Harbor, as I am a homeowner there. Friday Harbor is a unique development. Its success or failure will be determined by the ability of those parties that have an interest to work together for the common benefit of all. All decisions taken must be a win-win for all parties involved, i.e. the developer group, the County of Simcoe, the Town of Innisfil, and the Resort Association members, who are predominantly homeowners. In 2012, the OMB approved a resort application that contained 1,600 resort residential units, a 400 hotel unit, a lake club, a 300-person amphitheater, athletic facilities, marina, golf course, trails, and commercial boardwalk areas. For the purpose of this presentation, I will be referring to the history of development applications of the property as it applies to the resort residential and resort association amenities only. In 2018, the developer group applied for and was granted 1,000 additional resort residential units. At the time, I appeared before you and as did many other RA members in support of the application. We felt that although the increase in units provided a significant monetary benefit for the developer, that there was a benefit also to the RA, because an additional RA fees would be collected, and those units would help support the activities and responsibilities of the RA. The town of Innisfil and the county of Simcoe also benefited through increase and through collection of development charges, property taxes, as well as the $5 million received from the developer as part of the town's capital facilities funding initiative. No increases were made at that time to the RA amenities, even though the resort residential component grew significantly. We moved forward to 2019, when approvals were granted for the Lake Club. At the time of this approval, the site plan that was approved provided a facility which was significantly smaller than all previous versions provided by the developer to the homeowners. It reduced the structure from a 2-story development to a 1-story development. That's a 30% reduction. Also, previous representations by the developer to the homeowners provided a pool that could be used year-round. This year-round pool was never built. In 2021, the developer applied to relocate the 300-seat amphitheater to the pier, which resulted in its capacity being significantly reduced. In addition, it was always our understanding that this amenity would belong to the RA. Instead, it turned into a developer asset with no RA involvement. Finally, moving forward to the current application before the town, the developer is proposing a further 900-unit increase in resort residential units. The proposed outdoor racket academy is moved from the development envelope to the environmentally protected area. And the plan and no further provisions are being made for future recreational amenities for the RA to reflect the additional growth proposed by the applicant. Over the last few years, members of the RA have repeatedly advised the developer group of the significant issues faced by members of the RA, given the lack of RA amenities and the struggles its members face on a daily basis related to access these amenities. In addition, we have repeatedly requested that future amenities be constructed so as to allow them to be used year-round. These requests and pleas have fallen on dead ears. Cheryl and Mario, please know that I have the utmost respect for you both personally, as we have worked together over the years in successfully achieving our mutual goals with respect to Friday Harbor. But in the last several years, our needs have been ignored by the developer group. It saddens me and other members of the RA to be here today in opposition. However, we felt that we had no choice if we hoped to have our needs met. If we circle back to my original statement, the long-term viability and success of Friday Harbor is dependent on stakeholders working together for a win-win scenario. This application, if approved as presented, would provide significant benefit to the developer group and some benefit to the town and county. There is no benefit to the homeowners who continue to pay the fees that support the ongoing activities of the RA, activities that all of Innisfil continues to enjoy at no cost. Approval of this application will in fact provide further strain and hardship on the limited RA amenities which are currently already over capacity and will do nothing to further the goal of making Friday Harbor an all-seasons resort. I now turn my attention back to Council. With each additional expansion approval granted, our ability as an RA to self-govern gets pushed further and further away. Our bylaws require that substantial completion occur, which is 90% build-out, prior to the RA being turned over the control of to its members. If this application is approved as it currently stands, 3,150 residential units need to be built before turnover occurs. That is likely 15 to 20 years away, assuming the developer doesn't ask for additional density in the North District, which I believe will likely happen.
If I may interrupt, Ms. D'Alessandro.
I'm just wrapping up.
Please and thank you.
We are therefore looking to council to be our gatekeepers, by ensuring our voices and needs are heard and met now and in the future. Your role is crucial to the future success of Friday Harbor. Accordingly, I would ask that council include the following conditions to any approval that you may wish to grant. Number 1, the applicants construct a fully enclosed 4-season recreational facility that is designed to align with the current and future population of the resort. Number 2, that the applicant designate a further 2.5 to 3 acre site for future RA amenities development adjacent to the proposed recreational facility. Number 3, that the applicant provide a winterized pool as part of either the recreational center proposed or by enabling the Lake Club pool to be converted and used as a 4-season amenity. 4, that all future recreational amenities being proposed by the RA members today are to be owned and operated by the Resort Association. And finally, that a holding zone provision be placed on all of the proposed residential properties in the Beach District and only be lifted if and when the above conditions are met. I thank council for your consideration in these matters, and I hope that we can continue to work together for the benefit of all. Thank you.
Okay, people, thank you. If we can, okay, thank you very much. If we can have Ms. Jackie Green here, appreciate it.
Good evening, Your Worship, Deputy Mayor, and members of council. My name is Jackie Green, President of the Condo Corp. SSCC 431, representing the Harbor Flats at Friday Harbor. I am here on behalf of our condo board to implore the honorable members of Innisfil Town Council to hold the developer to their promise of a Resort Association-owned, self-contained, 4-season recreation facility, truly making this an all-season resort lifestyle in partnership with the homeowners. In 2017, my husband and I moved to the very first condo building at Friday Harbor and have been full-time residents of Innisfil ever since. Prior to moving to Innisfil, we lived in Alliston for many years and were quite excited to begin the next stage of our lives in beautiful Friday Harbor on Lake Simcoe. I still remember the ad on the radio that caught our attention. Come to Friday Harbor, where every day is Friday. Wow, who doesn't want every day to be a Friday? The vision was something new and exciting, and we were eager to buy into that vision of year-round resort-style living with promised amenities to support this lifestyle. And we were not alone. We heard this ad in 2012 and signed our purchase agreement in 2013. We sold our home and moved in 2017, bringing with us our tennis rackets, pickleball paddles, bikes, kayaks, golf clubs, skates, cross-country skis. And because this was the vision that was sold to us. I'm here to speak to the builder's lack of commitment to this vision and promise of a partnership with the Homeowner Resort Association. Friday Harbor needs to be a viable, successful winter destination, and we, the homeowners, are asking the town to hold the developer to this promise of a year-round recreational facility sooner than later. We cannot continue to pretend that this is a 4-season destination. We cannot expect our promenade with fantastic restaurants and bars and shops to thrive in the dead of winter. The Homeowner Resort Association needs this long overdue promised recreation facility. We need to be a vibrant, successful community all year round. I want to comment on the side to the comment that was made to keep the restaurants viable and the shops viable. Density will do that. There's another way. There's another way to do that. We can be smart about this. We can build a facility that is owned by the RA and bring tournaments in, bring the people from outside coming in for pickleball tournaments or for, club tournaments in our facility that is owned by the RA.
Currently, we are being promised just under 2 acres. This is a start and may accommodate a reasonable size facility, but this recreational facility would need to be versatile, providing room for the possibility of multiple indoor sport-related play and promoting it as an away tournament destination. However, to ensure a proper facility with considerations for parking and future growth, we are also asking that the builder turns over at least 3 more additional acres of adjacent lands to the RA for the future development. A facility that is conducive and keeping in line with what anyone would expect from an all-season resort lifestyle. A destination for out-of-town clubs to hold tournaments, bringing money in year-round to the surrounding community. Our restaurants, shops, and to our homeowner ownership within the Resort Association. Thank you for your time.
Mayor, Deputy Mayor, councillors, members of the
one
public.
moment, before, I apologize, Mr. Rouse. As it's reached 10 o'clock, we need a motion to extend the council meeting, and I don't see it ending by 10:30. So if council is comfortable with this, we can extend it to 11 o'clock and see how it goes from there. Mover and a seconder, please. All right, Councillor Waters and Councillor Zanella, all in favor? Thank you very much. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, sir. I am here to be very short and concise. I'm Brad Rouse. I'm a member of the board representing what is known as Freddie Towns or the West Island. My message is simple. All of the condos corps that represent the owners are united. We believe in the growth of Friday Harbor. We believe in the message of Friday Harbor, but we unfortunately believe the developer is missing the chance to further the all-season resort. We need amenities that further that message, as my colleagues referenced. I encourage you to keep that in mind throughout your deliberations. Thank you.
Mr. Selig, floor is yours.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Old Town Council, and staff. My name is Brian Selig. I am the president of the Boardwalk townhomes right over top of all the retail area at Friday Harbor. We're 142 units, and this is, again, I think it's probably a little bit of a surprise to the developer and maybe to town council that historically you've seen the support of the people who live at Friday Harbor and call it home or call it a vacation place for themselves. So I was really impressed with Karen Brown, who didn't know that she was going to speak, and the people before me have basically brought up all the points that I think are pertinent. So I just wanted to at least say at this point in time, so that other people have a chance to speak, is that I believe a lot of the people at Friday Harbor are really concerned about the future viability of the Resort Association. And that the promise initially, when this was a 2,000 unit proposal way back when, 1,600 units, 400 hotel rooms, there was an amenity package. And every time that Friday Harbor, the developer, has come forward to town, they've had to present what the amenity package is. And to speak honestly, some of those amenities still haven't been delivered and or have been modified and or have become a developer asset, like the pier. And some of these amenities that, or, you know, by taking away a 300-seat music venue, if you will, it takes, and not being a resort association asset, the resort association has very limited ways to actually collect revenue outside of the fees that the homeowners continue to have to pay, and those fees increase. So if this now is a 3,700 unit proposal, like the original proposal where there was a lake club building supposed to be bigger, but it was an amenity that's supposed to be handed over to the Resort Association at nominal cost, that if you actually allow this to continue, then you have to provide the Resort Association with further amenities to accommodate the doubling of the size of this, and that those amenities come at a likewise nominal cost. I'll let other people speak, but it's really disappointing that we have to come here before council and express our opposition to this current application. Thank you.
Ms. Hunt?
Good evening, Your Worship, Deputy Mayor, and members of council, and to all of my neighbors and staff. I'm Ann Hunt. I'm the homeowner elected representative to the Resort Association. We don't fundamentally object to the idea of growth for the community. We understand why that's necessary. However, the approvals for expansion in the past have not been balanced with a commensurate increase in amenities to support the increased population growth, as you've heard from many of my colleagues here tonight. The developer will say, we're putting pools in the new buildings. I saw 2 buildings that didn't have pools, but maybe that's going to be another amendment. We're building a racket center, a sports zone, outdoor spa, and offer tree trekking. Pools, based on our experience, that only the renters will want to participate in. Most of the homeowners want to go to the community pool where their friends are. A racket center that was promised to begin more than 3 years ago and will do nothing to enhance our four-season profile in its current form. It will add tremendous cost to the Resort Association and force yet another increase in fees to maintain. And these other additional so-called amenities are only available at additional cost and not something anyone could consider doing on a regular basis, but they will attract visitors. This is unsustainable and unnecessary. The developer knows building on environmentally sensitive lands isn't in the community's best interest. They're doing it to have an excuse to limit the size and scope of the facility, and we adamantly object to it. A fully enclosed four-season racket or recreation center, allowing for public use options by the Simcoe County community and beyond, will not only further the vision of Friday Harbor as a true four-season resort, it will establish Innisfil as a winter destination for visitors. We don't have ski hills in Innisfil. We need something else. This amenity would provide a high-end recreational facility for the community at large that could be utilized for recreational clinics, camps, and tournaments for all kinds of groups, because we're asking it to be multifaceted and for all ages, something that we can convert from pickleball to tennis to indoor soccer and the like. What has been occurring is the allowance for growth with lower and lower thresholds extended to the developer with no oversight and enforcement for them to meet their obligations. We have lost confidence in their willingness to deliver their commitments to our community. It is not the job of the residents to ensure they are meeting their obligation, as we have absolutely no leverage or standing with the developers. We must trust in council's obligations and oversight to ensure they deliver on their promises. It is council's responsibility to ensure the projects that have been approved are seen through to completion, not just for the homeowners, but for the entire community and beyond. If you continue to approve projects when obligations have not been met on the prior projects, you have undermined the legitimacy of this process. We are here tonight to plead for assurance that council will not approve this application unless and until the developer satisfies the requirements of the members and their boards on 4 specific points. The construction of the racket facility is fully enclosed and structured for future financial success and should be completed prior to any further residential development. An indoor pool is included in the recreation facility to fulfill the four-season resort vision and what has been promised. 2.5 to 3 acres of land adjacent to the recreation facility be reserved for future amenities to support the needs of the added density. The Racket Academy and additional amenities referenced above will transition to the Resort Association upon completion. These expectations are both reasonable and necessary to fulfill the vision of a resort people will enjoy to the fullest year-round and assure the healthy future of the Big Bay Resort Association. In conclusion, we are asking this council to reject the application as filed. However, should council choose to approve it in the future, we request they make it conditional on agreement between the applicant and our members on the 4 conditions we have set out for here today. Thanks everyone for your time. I appreciate it. Thanks.
All right, that addresses everyone. That addresses everyone who has, oh wait, we do have more. Thank you. Mr. Glazer.
Good evening. My name is Lawrence Glazer. I'm the principal of L.E. Glazer Architect Limited. I have been asked by the residents of Big Bay Point to comment on the application that's before you. The request is coming from roughly 50 property owners representing in excess of 70 constituents of the town. We have filed a report with the council. I presume that you've had the opportunity to look that over. I will not repeat or try not to repeat things that have been said to date in keeping with being expedient. We have given out an amendment to the list of residents that we're representing here tonight. I have to indicate that that is already out of date because they still continue to email in additional individuals wishing to be included in our comments. I think from the outset, I would like to just be very clear that with the description of all of the economic benefits of this proposed intensification at Friday Harbor, we have to be very clear that the first consideration in terms of economic benefit is going to the developer. If the developer was not receiving the economic benefit, there would be nothing here for the town of Innisfil or the region. In terms of looking at the development, the numbers have been put out here. I'm not going to go over them again, except that it really represents an 85% increase over the original 2007 resort plan that was approved by council. And we understand that plans evolve, but it's really a death by 1,000 cuts in terms of intensification of the site. And I recognize the residents of Friday Harbor here that have their own concerns and considerations, but I think they also have to recognize that the density and the use of high-rise buildings and a high-rise precinct is really out of context with the development that has gone on at Friday Harbor. I appeared before the council when the original hotel was asked to be shifted over to the west side as I believe it was a 5-story building, and that was granted. Now the hotel is being dropped by 200 units and is increasing from 5 stories to 15 stories. Something doesn't add up in terms of that type of calculus. The building could be, if it could have been built at 5 stories and being 400 units, then it certainly can be built at 5 stories with 200 units and integrated into the convention center with a little bit more creative design work. The Racket Academy was originally intended to be in the middle of the lands adjacent to Big Bay Point Road as basically a tennis village in the original development. And maybe I'm showing my age, but I do remember some of those details that were on the original plan. We would recommend that that Friday Harbor be required to maintain that and not poach environmentally protected area for that. We did look at, and we had some of our sub-consultants that work with us on other projects, the designation of the butternut trees as being diseased and ready to be cut down. We looked at those trees, and we would question the veracity of the report that has been filed with the city and recommend that an independent third-party report on the environmental protection required for those species be looked at. We would also recommend that in looking at the request for taking environmentally protected or rural open space area out of the overall design and of the resort, that if council decides that it would make sense and they approve use of and development of those environmental lands, that it be done at a net zero loss of woodlands. Specifically, we would recommend and suggest that there are other areas on the site that may have been scheduled for development be converted back to a woodland area, such as along Big Bay Point Road, which has been cut to a 50-foot swath of trees. If those lands are going to be used elsewhere, then that 50-foot buffer be increased to a 100-foot buffer to restore that natural area, which also is a highway for the animals that are going back and forth between the existing woodlots that still exist on the site. As far as the spa is concerned, we would suggest that possibly that would be better suited to being integrated into part of a hotel facility and conference facility. It's a compatible use, and it would be putting the density and the concentration of those amenities in a spot where it's much more accessible. Finally, I guess one of the biggest problems that the homeowners on the point see is the traffic issue. And we spoke about that in May of 21. We filed a report in May of 21 about that. And we had a wonderful discussion about how Google Maps was directing traffic along Big Bay Point Road to get to Friday Harbor. And some adjustment to that was done through reducing of the speed limit to try and force the traffic back onto the Friday Harbor lands. And in my report, I have printed out the current direction from both Google Maps and Waze, which is directing people going to Friday Harbor to take Big Bay Point Road over to get into the facility.
Mr. Glazer, please.
I'm just wrapping up.
Okay, thank you.
Although I'm representing 70 people, I won't ask for 5 minutes for each of them. In our report, both at the time of that I discussed, we made a series of suggestions that should be considered in terms of the traffic and control of traffic. In particular, is the exiting and access. I believe it's on Sunreef Avenue at the most easterly side of the property from Big Bay Point Road. In the original concept of the development that was designated as a service entrance. It was for deliveries and access of service vehicles to the site. We would recommend and suggest that it would be appropriate that that be maintained and enforced through traffic control systems similar to the way Friday Harbor uses it within their own site to control traffic. Finally,
again, Mr. Glitzer, if we could wrap up, please.
I'm getting there.
Thank you.
The increase in population and density is significant. That's planned here with the height of the buildings. I respectfully disagree with my architectural colleagues that this is an appropriate and wonderful solution to this site. I think more so it represents the worst of condo development that you find along the beaches in Florida. And it's totally out of context with the balance of Friday Harbor and the greater neighborhood at large. And the group of residents that I'm here on behalf of would request rejection of the application. Thank you.
We could have Ms. Huggins.
Thank you.
No, thank you. Ms. Huggins, you're up next.
Good evening, everyone. Everyone's been here for a long time, so I'm going to try and keep my comments short. The advantage coming last is people have said much of what I wanted to say. But I think I need to reiterate, I am a homeowner on Ferretti Court in Innisfil, and I've been there for a year. And I had the advantage of being there the whole winter insofar as we were up every weekend. We also have a house in Toronto. Every weekend, almost every weekend. What was there to do? Nothing. But I'm a new owner. I've got to, I've invested, as many people have, a significant amount of money to live at Friday Harbor and wanted to live at Friday Harbor. And we're also part of the representations. I came here first before COVID and went to the sales office, and I heard what everybody here heard about what was going to be here. None of that was there when I got here, but I still trusted into this place. And I want to trust in this place, and I want to trust in the town of Innisfil. I've come to love the town of Innisfil, that I've been here not very long, but I've come to love it. I have good friends in Innisfil. The point is, though, this is too much. There's a point where you can say too much is just too much. We're like the boathouse, except the boathouse has, it's bigger, it's larger. Every plan that we've talked about here is asked to be amended. I've never seen something so complex. I'm a lawyer. I've never seen something so complex that are here before you. I don't envision, I don't envy you for the job that you have to do here. But we are the residents, and we're all telling you, this is not right. We're all collectively telling you this is too much for a number of reasons. I echo Mr. Glazer. You can't take, what was supposed to be in one place in order to protect and be aligned with the environmental decisions this town has made, and then move it to another place to allow more residential. A density that makes no sense for a resort, the resort that we were all promised and paid into. That's not it. I feel like I'm living in Toronto. I see these pictures and I'm like, I don't know why I came to Innisfil. This looks like a condo development in Toronto. That's not what this resort was supposed to be, and that's not how you attract people. The builder is telling you, oh, you need this density to support retail. That's not what you need to support retail. You need the amenities year-round to support retail. That's what we don't have. You don't need 15-story buildings, 8-story buildings to support retail. You need the amenities year-round, and you need larger amenities, not what they're now offering, which are not enough to service even the units we have now. You've heard from people. You can't book the pools. You can't book the pools in the summer. We live here and we pay for everything. We can't get into our own facilities. This can't be, and that is nowhere near enough. I also want to talk about the hotel, because I've been scratching my head and I keep asking this question, like Mr. Glazer, how do you have 200 more units and 10 stories higher? What is that about? Why do you need 15-story buildings? Friday Harbor is a low-profile resort. One of the things I loved is the picture that one of the women put up, the Big Point Road. I'm like, that's too bad. I love that place. That's not what this is going to be. And that's not what's going to attract people to the town of Innisfil, to Friday Harbor, to use the resorts. Nobody wants to come to where they came from. I came from Toronto. I don't want to come back to Toronto. That's why I'm here. We want to have viable operations. We want to be able to control our own infrastructure and the amenities, and we want to do it in a way that allows for growth. That's not the issue, but this much, way too much. And we can do it another way, the amenities. That's how we bring people in, and that's how we bring people into the town of Innisfil. What is being proposed here is, by the builder, is that the people living in Innisfil should pay to support this resort, and that means nobody's coming in because you're not having the amenities. So it's this insular place with 60 million condo buildings. That's not what this project was about. That's certainly not what I bought into. That's not what anybody here bought into. I think this can be done in a way that keeps the resort infrastructure the way it was, to 4 stories. It keeps the hotel to where it was. You can still have density, because we haven't even talked about the north side yet, which is another whole building, and I'm sure they'll be back then, and allows for people to come into Innisfil, support the resort, support the retail, support the resort association. I think you've heard from everyone collectively, that's what we want. We are trying to make a reasonable accommodation with the builder. We're not saying no buildings, but stick to what you had and stick to what you promised the people who bought into this. That's what we bought into. Thank you.
Okay. Do we have, everybody please, just a moment please, thank you. Do we have Ms. Dykstra still in the house? Because she registered to speak? Okay, I believe she may have left, so we will open the floor to anyone who is here who has not spoken yet that wishes to speak. Okay. Oh, sorry. Yes. Robert. Yes, that's after.
Just like everybody else, I think we're almost all asleep. But anyhow. Good evening, Deputy Mayor, Mayor, and members of council. Friday Harbor branded themselves as developing a resort within the community. As with any community development, there comes great responsibilities. But when one is located on a lake with establishing neighborhood properties, we must assess it with a special lens.
If I may interrupt, could you please state your name for the record?
Barbara Roth.
Thank you.
Since we neighbor the resort, we have experienced the development process over the years, and we have some growing concerns. First up is the environmental impact. During their initial development, Friday Harbor promoted the construction of the Marina Basin and said it would not have any detrimental impact on the lake's ecosystem by ensuring that the water within the marina would not become stagnant. The large algae blossoms found throughout the marina is evidence that these words were not backed up with appropriate action, and it needs to be addressed. Second of all, your business vendors appear to be operating a business of a large-scale houseboat, which has been anchored within the bay at the entrance of Friday Harbor Marina. If the boat cannot be docked within Friday Harbor Marina, it is not welcome to be permanently parked and operated outside the resort. It is an unwelcome eyesore to the neighboring community, and the resort has to take responsibility to rectify this. Third of all is the increase in density, which has been spoken about tonight, which is the main reason for this meeting tonight. Friday Harbor is currently asking to build a 15-story hotel. A 15-story hotel is entirely out of context to their current 3 to 5-story buildings and the surrounding residential neighborhood homes. This was meant to be a low-scale development and needs to remain as such. This is not a first or second time that Friday Harbor has requested density increases. However, if a 15-story building is permitted to be built within the resort, it will drastically impact the entire landscape of this waterfront community, and further brings into question if the remaining land on the resort will also be amended in the future for density increases. The increase in density would not only negatively impact the landscape of this waterfront community, but also increases the stress on our current community infrastructure, such as heavier use of roadways and increasing traffic congestion. As community development project, we as a community understand positive economic impact of this development. However, this cannot supersede your responsibility to build within the context of the surrounding area, as this is not Barrie or Toronto. Therefore, high-scale buildings of this nature are not appropriate. We hope that Council appreciates and takes action to respond to the community's concerns about the health of the lake, increased stress on community infrastructure, and not being in keeping with the character of this low-density waterfront area. My expectation is that staff, Council, and the applicant will hear these concerns and revise their application to address these items. Thank you for your time this evening.
The mic is still open if anybody wishes to get up and speak. Former Deputy Mayor Daniel Davidson, if you wish, please stand up.
Thank you, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and Council, and staff for your time tonight. Also to the community. So far, we've just heard from more residents of Big Bay Point, but not from the community itself. I was asked to speak on behalf of Bob Dudley, so I'll read quickly what he wrote, his feelings. I think you've all met him from Big Bay Point. The original owners of Friday Harbor shared their vision with the community. It was not always well received, but at least they talked to us. The current owners do not share anything until it is before Council, and Council approves every request regardless of the impact on Big Bay Point. 15-story buildings is one of those that does not fit into Big Bay Point. This is a semi-rural community with mixed single-family homes and cottages. Friday Harbor was approved with 4-story buildings, limited so not to be too intrusive to the community. Since then, it's been 5, then 6, then 10, now 15. This seems to be the new orbit since it's not happening. Innisfil is about 68,000 acres, a growth area for Ontario. Surely out of the 8,000 acres, the town could plan a more suitable and agreeable location for high rises. When does it all end? Will we ever get to see the picture to see what Friday Harbor will look like at the end? I'll leave, that's Bob's part. My part is, many years ago, I was a liaison for Friday Harbor. It was a position that was demanded and put in the OPA by the province, not by Friday Harbor. I was accused of working for Friday Harbor. I was working for the province doing my job. Since I resigned from that position, they have not replaced that position at Friday Harbor. There's been no communication between Friday Harbor and the community of Big Bay Point since I resigned from that position. I had a letter written, which is pretty hard. I think it's folded in my pocket. On points, there was an OPA put place that where they want to put this forest circle and spa, whatever, that 6.5 acres was given to Innisfil to build a community center. How and when did that 6.5 acres get signed back to Friday Harbor so they can put a spa there? What about the park at the gravel pit, 23 acres of natural land that Friday Harbor was supposed to assist the community in building? What they're looking to build now, they could build that tree tower, or whatever the hell you want to call it, they could build that down in that 23-acre park that's been sitting empty. And at one time, they weren't supposed to get occupancy to any condo until that park was completed, when one group of council decided, oh, the park's not necessary on Big Bay Point. Also, Big Bay Point is no longer controlled by the same board of directors that it used to be when you could call them and actually get a call back. This new board of directors, whoever they are, you cannot get a call back from them at all. There is no liaisoning between Friday Harbor and Big Bay Point as far as I can see. Just give me a second here. And it's actually nervous being back in front of council, so bear with me. I've lived on Big Bay Point for 44 years. I supported Ladies of the Lake who brought the attention to Lake Simcoe when it was dying. It was Ladies of the Lake who made the government clean up Lake Simcoe and made Friday Harbor abide by certain rules that would not impact the lake. Where are the old, I also opposed the old visions of Friday Harbor that looked like Venice. Venice is not Innisfil, trust me, it's not even much more than a road going to the lake. So right now, with this board of directors, there's nobody present here from them tonight that I understand. And I've always before been able to reach Geranium, Mario, Cheryl. Anytime I picked up the phone, left a message on behalf of the community of Big Bay Point, you answered, you returned my calls. These new boners, they don't give a damn about Big Bay Point at all. I have a feeling that the new vision is raising the right hand and lifting the middle index finger and saying to Big Bay Point and community, we, the new Friday Harbor, own Big Bay Point and council, and we'll do what we want. Just follow the money. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Thank you, everybody. We appreciate the enthusiasm, but we need to keep decorum here. Yes, you may come up, please. State your name for the record, please, and thank you.
Good evening. My name's Karen Lindsay. I'm a resident of Big Bay Point. I've lived there since, I think, about 18 years. Everything I was going to say tonight has been said, except a few things. This thing, Friday Harbor, it keeps growing and growing. Why is that? The original plan was good enough. 15-story buildings, 14-story buildings cannot happen in that community. And if it does, we all know why. Money talks, and there's more to that. Somebody said Friday Harbor is incredibly successful, said the original planner. If they are so successful, why do they have to change everything? Our official plan for the town of Simcoe says the Simcoe shoreline is so important. That Simcoe shoreline doesn't include high-rises. No, does not. It needs to fit in better. It's an eyesore waiting to happen. Right now, all I hear on a Saturday and Sunday, now that it's warm, are little jet skis going around in mindless circles. We're going to have another 1,500 people running around in jet skis in circles out in front of Friday Harbor. The lake can't take that. Every residence that you increases the number of people by probably one or two at least, right? Well, no, short-term, we have short-term accommodations there as well. What about bird migration? High-rises, that's a very important bird migratory route. Somebody said that it will have no effect on the natural heritage features. I just find that a joke. Like, are you coming to us with the most ridiculous plan so that you can come back with a more subdued one and get that one approved? That's what it seems like to me. No negative impacts on the surrounding community, somebody said as well. I'm sorry, but I've already spoke to you regarding the negative impacts of Friday Harbor's noise, their fireworks, environmental protection areas taken away for racket clubs. No, the racket club needs to be in the footprint of the development, not in the environmental protection area. The spa also, needs to be within the footprint of the development. We have to say no to Friday Harbor. It's easy. N-O, no.
All right. Does anybody else wish to get up and speak on the matter? By all means, come and state your name, please, for the record.
My name's Peter Gerlath. I'm a neighbor to Friday Harbor. I've lived in Innisfil for about 7 years as Friday Harbor's grown, and certainly as a newer resident, it's been a source of division, an us and them kind of mentality. And I'll say tonight is the first time that I've seen a unified voice between Friday Harbor residents and the surrounding community, and the developers have brought us together to say that this plan's wrong, fundamentally on all aspects. And I think everyone here is pretty much showing a unified voice, and that's pretty much it. Thanks very much.
All right. The mic is open. If anybody else wishes to stand up and speak, you're more than welcome to. Okay.
Hi, it's Debbie Miller again. I just wanted to say that it's not 1,500 more jet skis. It'll be a bit more like triple that on the lake. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Okay. Yes, by all means, sir, please get up and state your name.
Hey, my name's Michael Gilio. I live directly across from Friday Harbor. I'm on Rosemary Lane. I heard a lot of good points today. A lot of people talking about numbers, truths that aren't coming out, community getting together. I like this stuff. But the one thing that people didn't realize or haven't spoken out about is the crime that is brought there. Okay, Friday Harbor.
Please let him make his point. We're here to give him a voice and let him speak, please. Thank you.
There's been drug raids, illegal guns seized, illegal guns printed, prostitution, vehicle thefts, assault on officers, a couple more little items. It degrades the integrity of our community. There's a lot of people that grew up there, 50, 60, 70. There's even a couple 80-year-old people that have been there their whole lives. When are they gonna have to start locking their doors? When are they gonna have to worry about their security? I mean, if Friday Harbor can't control the density of doors they have now, what's gonna happen when you double that density? I mean, we have to think about the security of the community around it. Thanks.
Please state your name, sir.
Good evening, Deputy Mayor, members of council, Darren Vella. So I'm usually here before you representing private developers. Tonight I'm coming as a resident. I actually live on Big Bay Point Road, directly across from where Friday Drive intersects with Big Bay Point. So we're seeing firsthand the changes that are happening. Nothing to do with this particular application, but I'm hoping that one of my requests this evening is at that particular intersection, that is actually the school bus zone. So this is where kids are being let off by their parents, or the mums and dads are sitting in their car on our driveway, waiting for the school bus to stop for them to get out of their vehicle and get on the bus. And so that is an extremely busy road. I think that the community, the town, the developer should be identifying with signage, with some sort of identification where the school drop-off and pickup zone is. It shouldn't be on our driveway. It shouldn't be on private property. There's obviously liabilities associated with that, and we're very concerned about that. The other thing, further to what this gentleman is saying, we actually had South Simcoe Police at our home last week. We are constantly getting people coming down our driveway thinking that our driveway is a road. We have families with babies and strollers thinking they can go for a walk down our driveway. And in talking to South Simcoe Police, they have even said to us last week, we cannot control what is happening at Friday Harbor. It is not controllable. There were car thefts there last week. There were cars coming out down Big Bay Point Road at 150 kilometers an hour, and the police have to leave them. They don't even want to chase these people. So if we're going to allow density, if we're going to allow this place to become even larger, how are we going to support the rest of the community? What police force do we need to maintain law and order when we're dealing with a community that size? It is really something that needs to be thought about. So I was originally coming here to speak about the racket club and the encroachment into the EP area. I'm going to be submitting a letter to Ms. Lee regarding those particular issues. All I can really say is that there is absolutely no justification for any encroachment into any EP area where there is 10s, 20, 30, 40, 50 acres of vacant land sitting there for these uses. There is no need to cut any more trees down at all around this resort property. If they do want to put, there's lots of opportunities in just looking at the site. So the town of Innisfil just held a golf tournament at the Nest. And just to the north of the Nest is a large area that Friday Harbor has been filling for the last 15 years. It's cleared, it's open, that land is zoned as part of the golf course district. Guess what? It permits a racket club. It's allowed. We don't have to cut a single tree down. Or they could build the racket club in the area that has already been zoned for that particular use, which is in the Marina District. So we really need to think about, and council actually does a really good job at thinking about recreation. I don't think there's any other place in the town of Innisfil where this council would consider allowing 3,700 units to be built without a park, without a green space.
Thank you, everybody.
So I'm hoping that there's careful consideration to the application. I understand the importance of bringing a hotel. I understand the importance of bringing a convention center. There are benefits of that to the community. I'm not here to talk about the density. All I can say, as council is aware, is your primary settlement area is Alcona. We have 6 or 7 projects along Innisfil Beach Road. Your official plan allows a height of 8 stories. 8 stories on Innisfil Beach Road in your primary settlement area. The orbit area, you're allowing much taller buildings based on the fact that there's going to be a new GO station, transit station location there. That's warranted. I don't see how in this location 14, 15-story buildings is warranted. Thank you.
If I may, we've had some gentlemen that have been waiting patiently online that have been sitting at home. So we're going to go to our electronic speakers. We have 2 currently, and then once we're finished with these 2 speakers, we will come back and give everybody an opportunity to speak once more. You'll have 5 minutes to express your questions and concerns, and they will be capturing your comments as we progress. Once your 5 minutes are up, we politely ask you to turn your video and audio off, and we will, as we call the next speaker's name. Once all speakers on the list have spoken, I will come back to the room here and ask for more additional speakers. So the first one we have here is a Mr. Shell Goldstein.
Can you hear me? I'm not seeing this.
We can hear you. We can see you.
Okay. Good evening, fellow Innisfil citizens, deputy mayor, and councilors, our representatives, and through them, the staff, our employees, and especially residents of Big Bay Point, including Friday Harbor, owners, renters, corporate operators, staff builders, etc., and the public at large, human and non-human, those creatures who made this area their home long before any of us. And I call out to the sacred lands, air, and waters on whom we depend for our survival. My name is Shell Goldstein. I'm 4'11.5" tall, privileged and grateful to dwell by the west shore of the Wencheron. the earlier name of Lake Simcoe in the indigenous Wendat language. I honor the stewarding of this territory by First Nations people for millennia, and I commit to do my utmost to continue such tender and thorough caretaking. I'm a relative newcomer to Big Bay Point, arriving only 12 years ago. Our even newer corporate neighbors, Friday Harbor, signed agreements, commitments with our already existing community, and through the OPA with the province of Ontario. Those negotiated terms are our treaty. Innisfil and Big Bay Point, I believe, have honored our treaty. However, Friday Harbor continues to break our treaty, showing disdain for their territorial partners. Who gave Friday Harbor all these exemptions? Locals' access to Friday Harbor amenities was promised. Parkland was promised. Caps on population was promised, etc. The whole bundle of negotiated benefits for the folks of Big Bay Point and Innisfil has been postponed, diminished, canceled, obfuscated, dismissed with impunity. Disgraceful. You, Friday Harbor, have broken the treaty. Implement the promised amenities before asking for more for your profit. Building a hotel or hotels of 15 stories is ludicrous. Does not match the rural cottage lakeside retreat homes that have thrived for generations. A first 15-story building triggers future easy access for numerous vertical developments. Ontario will allow 60-story skyscrapers. 60-story skyscrapers. Pinnacle Towers is an invasive species. Our precious community is worth preserving. I implore council to hold the line against this accelerating invasion. Be the protectors. Hey, how you doing with this heat wave, this heat event? Hot enough for you? Official meteorological studies estimate that by 2030, there will be 33 such extreme heat days each year. How will all those new units at Friday Harbor keep cool? Air conditioning? Can InPower handle the vast upscaling of demand? How often will the system crash? Big Bay Point houses many vulnerable children and seniors who will suffer without internet, without lowering their body temperature. Lack of internet will ruin many days and nights and will damage businesses. Think about our increasingly fragile electrical grid. Air conditioning hogs way more power than heating. Attention must be paid. Have you noticed that the beach area of Friday Harbor is tiny? It's tiny, minimal little lake frontage. Units are sold, promoted on come enjoy a lake beach. Whom are they going to expropriate to capture enough beach to satisfy their customers? And how soon? Thank you for your kind hearing me. Council, please demand that Friday Harbor honor the treaty before granting them any more requests. Thank you.
Thank you, Shell. You're more than welcome to turn off your mic and your camera and pay attention to the meeting if you wish, or you can watch on YouTube. Next up, we have Brendan Samuels. Hopefully I said that correctly.
You said it correctly, but my name is actually misspelled. It has an O instead of an A. Good evening, Deputy Mayor, members of council, members of the public. I appreciate your patience. I appreciate really the passion I'm hearing tonight. I'm an ecologist by training and a part-time resident of Friday Harbor. It's where my dad lives. I want to give him a shout out. I think he's somewhere in the audience there in person. It's the first time he's ever been to a council meeting to hear about a development. I work in these spaces all the time and I'm very familiar with planning applications like the one that I see before you. But I'm a bit perplexed by the requests for zoning bylaw amendments that apply to the existing environmentally protection area, mainly because it contradicts a number of existing policies. If you look at the secondary plan, there's an entire section that talks about natural heritage and protections that would apply. For example, there's language in there that talks about protecting the butternut tree. Well, the spa that we're talking about building right in the middle of a woodlot is like within 50 meters of literally butternut trail where there are butternut trees. I think if you look at the map, which shows what they want to do with these amenities in the existing environmental protection area, they are significantly understating or underrepresenting the cumulative impacts on those spaces. Because when you put something like that in a woodlot, let's call it the canopy walk, you're going to have to put in underground infrastructure. You're going to have to bring in clearance equipment for construction. You're going to have encroachment effects from people going in there with their pets and light pollution and litter and runoff. That entire area is extremely vulnerable to flooding. And I'm very skeptical of what I've heard reiterated in some of the comments tonight, that there's going to be no net negative environmental impacts. If you review the attachment that I submitted with my delegation request, I've provided documentation of a number of ecological issues that I've personally observed and recorded at Friday Harbor over the last several years. I post my observations to a platform called iNaturalist. Anyone member of the public can visit iNaturalist.ca, and you can see on the map everything that I photographed at Friday Harbor. There are significant wildlife permeability issues at this site. And it is amazing to me to hear planners, professional architects speak about how innovative and sustainable this project was, despite being built on a wetland where nobody considered that the turtles and other wildlife that's there, including animals that are protected under federal and provincial law, are going to continue to exist there and need to move through those spaces. For example, there are retaining walls all throughout the marina, and those extend several feet out of the water. No animals that are in the water can climb out. Meaning if you have a snapping turtle or a painted turtle, the kinds I've photographed in the marina, they will circle in there for hours and they will never actually be able to climb onto land to access what we call the nature preserve. I spoke to a resident who told me that adult deer fell into the water and drowned because there was nowhere to climb out. And I think it's actually a significant public safety concern, because if a person fell into the water and there was no one around to see them, and the water's quite deep in that marina, I don't think there would be anywhere for them to climb out. There's no marked ladders. There's no real clear thought about how animals and people move in and out of the water in the marina. I echo a lot of the things that have already been said, and I want to keep my remarks brief. And so just for the record, I'd like to highlight a few key points for your consideration. These amenities do not need to be built in an existing environmental protection area. Community members have already identified other lands that have already been zoned for development that are owned by Friday Harbor. You can put your luxury spa over there, okay? We don't need to cut down more trees just to put in amenities that are really not necessary. They're luxury. I would encourage the applicant to address the risk of birds colliding with glass on buildings. This is actually what I study for my PhD, and I've personally documented dozens of dead birds at Friday Harbor Resort as a result of the huge amounts of reflective plate glass that are used on the premises. If you build infrastructure beside a woodlot and you put mirrors on it, you're going to have birds crashing into that, including protected species. And finally, I think you need to be conscientious that the land that Friday Harbor was built on was likely quite contaminated by activities there over the previous years. And so as I'm hearing conversations about other kinds of uses like sports fields and people growing food in the gardens and that sort of thing, we need to be aware of what are the existing site conditions. In the nature preserve, there does not appear to be any kind of actual conservation management plan. There is no, from what I can tell, objectives. There's no ecological monitoring to observe like what is going on. And I've documented many issues with invasive species spreading into the natural area, illegal encroachment, all kinds of issues with the trails. And so I think we need to be very skeptical of claims that there will be no net negative impact when clearly there's already negative impacts on the site as a result of historical development. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Samuels. Currently, as we are at a few minutes short of our initial extension, I'm going to ask if council has the desire to continue on and see this through tonight due to the importance of the issue. Need some feedback? Yes. Are you willing? Yes? No? Yes, Mayor.
Thank you. Yes. Deputy Mayor, I would propose that we continue and hear anyone who wants to speak in the public and defer any council questions or comments to another day so that we can hear from the members of the public, because we have opportunity to speak when it comes back to council and we have access to staff to ask our questions.
Does anybody have any thoughts on that? They wish to see it through that way? Okay, so we moved by Councillor Drudge, seconded by Councillor Zanella. All in favor? Okay, thank you. Carrying on then, we will speak to, oh yes, Madam Clerk. You wish to say something?
Thank you for letting me say a few words. My name is Laurie Wallace, and I live at 618 Big Bay Point Road, just where the curve goes around to the point. And this past weekend was lovely, but I have to tell you that there were 10 boats parked out in front of my dock, maybe 40 feet out. They were well behaved. But I paddled out and asked, where did you all come from? And they said, we're from Friday Harbor. And I immediately thought, if they're going to put in another couple of hundred residential units with boats, what's that going to do to the shore, to the lake? And I've lived beside the lake for almost 80 summers, and I have watched the quality of the water decline significantly. And that's my concern. What about the boats? What about the shore? What about the fish? That's all I want to say. Thank you.
The floor remains open if anybody wishes to add any more comments. Okay, Daniel Davidson.
I just want to apologize for taking more time. Seeing the scope of what was presented tonight to the community of Big Bay Point and to Friday Harbor residents, I think it's important that we have some time to sort of absorb all this, really look at it from all our perspectives, not just from a financial perspective, but from a community perspective of the impact on our community. It's ours, but right now it doesn't seem like that anymore. And I know that I haven't been into Friday Harbor to use anything other than the LCBO to pick up my liquor order for my business. And I live 3 blocks away and I don't go there. So that's not good. So I think next time if we have a meeting, whether it be just one regarding this huge proposal, which is worth hundreds of millions of dollars, that we have one meeting for Friday Harbor to deal with this issue in a perspective. We all have time to review everything, look at everything, and collectively bring it together, because it is going to happen, but let's make it work for all of us, okay? Thank you.
All right, that being said, we've deferred comments from council, questions as well. So we're going to recommendation to receive the comments provided this evening and adjourn. If I can have a mover and a seconder for that. All right, Councillor Saunders, Councillor Drudge, all those in favor? Thank you. Oh, yes.
You want to just let them speak, telling them that they have the opportunity to still write in and all that.
Crap. All right, well. Just for the record, if anybody wishes to reach out to the clerk's office to add any additional, if anybody wishes to reach out to the clerk's office to provide any additional commentary, they're more than welcome to. As well, if you sign up on the Get Involved Innisfil page, you can do that and receive any updates as they occur. Thank you. All right, so I need a confirming bylaw, mover and a seconder. Richardson, Councillor Richardson, Councillor Ices, all those in favor? Done. Okay, thank you.